Okay, good morning, everyone. We're ready to begin. This Planning Commission meeting is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. We are live on KCLV Channel 2, and this meeting will be rebroadcast Saturday at 10 a.m., the following Monday at midnight, and Tuesday at 5 a.m. and 6 p.m. Will everyone please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, will you please call roll?
Chair Moody.
Here.
Vice Chair Schlattman.
Present.
Commissioner Quinn.
Here.
Commissioner Flangus, excused. Commissioner Trowbridge, excused. Commissioner Creer. Commissioner Cherry.
Here.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I call your attention to the information printed in your agenda concerning our actions and the appeal and review process, if appropriate. Please read this carefully, and if you have any questions, staff is available to help. Also, the second page of the agenda contains our rules of conduct. We appreciate your adhering to these rules so we can have a smooth meeting today, and we thank you. Moving on to item 4, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. If you wish to be heard, please come to the podium and give your name for the record. The amount of discussion, as well as the amount of any time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. All comments made under these items for specific action items will be cross-referenced to those items. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of this morning's agenda? Come on up. We need your name and address, please.
Jeffrey Brody, 8380 Helena Avenue, Las Vegas 89129.
Okay, and which item do you wish to speak on?
The item I wish to speak on is the commercial property which is being zoned on Durango.
Can you give us an item number on the agenda?
I'm looking.
Well, we're supposed to be rezoned, maybe you can help us.
The following two lots, GPA 66474 and zone 66475.
Mr. Chairman, through you, we're looking at items 54, 5, 6, and 7.
Okay, items 54 through 57. These are on the public hearing portion of our agenda this morning.
Okay.
Do you wish to be heard now, or are you here to speak either for or against these items?
I'm here to speak against.
Okay, so these will be called in the regular course during today, and so you're welcome to stand back up and speak on those.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, we will now move on to item 5. This is for possible action to approve the final minutes for the September 13, 2016 Planning Commission meeting. Is there a motion to approve those minutes?
Yes, I move to approve the minutes
September 13.
from September 13th Planning Commission meeting.
Okay, very good. The motion is made to approve the September 13, 2016 Planning Commission meeting minutes. Please vote. Motion carries. We're now to item 6. These are housekeeping items. Are there any items that commissioners, staff, applicants, or members of the public would like to pull forward for action?
Mr. Chairman, items 29 and 30, the applicant has requested these items be withdrawn without prejudice. Items 65 through 68, the applicant has requested these items be obeyed to the November 1st Planning Commission meeting. And item 90, the applicant has requested this item be obeyed to the December 13th Planning Commission meeting.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name's Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I'm here representing Mr. Hank Gordon with Lorch Properties and items number 80 through 84. We submitted some revised plans to your staff. In fairness, we'd like to hold that until your November 1st meeting so they have enough time to review the revised plans that we submitted. So we'd like to hold it till November 1.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Items 80 through 84. Okay, these are public hearing items. Does anyone wish to be heard on 29 through 30, 65 through 68, 80 through 84, or 90? Hearing none. Commissioner Schlotman, your motion on the housekeeping items?
Yes, Vice Chair. On items 29 and 30, I would make a motion to hold those items, or to withdraw without prejudice, items 29 and 30, and then hold the following items until the November 1st, 2016 Planning Commission, which is items 65 through 68 and 80 through 84, and then to hold item 90 until the December 13th, 2016 Planning Commission hearing.
Thank you. Motion is made. Please vote. Motion carries. All right, moving on to the consent items. Yes, come on up. I need you to wait to speak until you're at the
Sorry.
microphone. Your name and
Sorry.
address, please.
Linda Pearson, 6540 East Redmont Drive, Mesa, Arizona, 85215. And I spoke to Michelle Eddowes yesterday in planning, but because I guess there was a holiday and a lot of commissioners were either out of town or not available, we were trying to request to have our, because we didn't have much time between when the staff recommendation came through, that we'd like to have ours postponed or give us a little more time to work with staff on some possible alternatives,
Which items are those?
54 through 57.
So you're asking items 54 through 57 to be held?
Yes.
Okay, that's what we'll do. So what we're going to do,
Mr. Chair, what date to what date?
I'm sorry.
Which date would she like it held to?
I just
How
need
long do
more
you think-
time. I'm not sure, is that probably maybe the December one?
Okay.
Would that
So
be all right?
Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to ask you to sit back down, and we have two small portions of this morning's agenda to get through, both the consent and the one motion, one vote. As soon as we've concluded those two portions, I'll pull items 54 through 57 forward, read those into the record, and then you can make your request again for the abeyance, and we'll consider it at that time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We are now to the consent items on this morning's agenda. These are considered routine by the Planning Commission and may be enacted by one motion. However, any item may be discussed if a commissioner or member so desires. These are items 7, 8, 9, and 10. I will not be reading these into the record, but I will open it for a public hearing if anyone wants to be heard on any of those items. Seeing none, close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on the consent agenda, items 7, 8, 9, and 10, move to approve, subject to staff's conditions.
Thank you. Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 7, 8, and 9 are final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days. Item 10 is final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 7 days.
We are now to the one motion, one vote portion of the agenda. The following items that may be considered in one motion are items that may be considered in one motion, one vote. They are considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items. All public hearings and non-public hearings will be opened at one time. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the Planning Commission not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. Items 11 through 13 are related. Item 11 is GPA 66241. The applicant is Rainbow Dreams Educational Foundation, and the owner is Rainbow Dreams LLC et al. For possible action on a request for a general plan amendment from medium-low attached density residential and mixed use to public facilities at 950 West Lake Mead Boulevard in Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Item 12 is ZON 66245 for possible action on a request for a rezoning from R2 medium-low density residential to CV Civic in Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Item 13 is SDR 65797 for possible action on a request for a major amendment to a previously approved site development plan review, SDR 3132, to redesign the parking lot and to add a 36,874 square foot building with 9 classrooms to an existing private school. Primary use with waivers to allow a 3-foot wide landscape buffer along the south property line, a 5-foot wide landscape buffer along the north property line, and a 5-foot wide landscape buffer along the west property line where 15 feet is required in Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Items 14 through 16 are also related. Item 14 is VAR 66138. The applicant is Faith Temple. The owner is Kajik Faith Temple True Holiness et al. For possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 4-foot side yard setback where 5 feet is required at 903 and 907 West Adams Avenue and 906 West Washington Avenue in Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Item 15 is SUP 66140 for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 2,408 square foot church house of worship in Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Item 16 is SCR 66141 for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 1,073 square foot addition to an existing 1,335 square foot church house of worship with waivers to allow a 0-foot wide landscape buffer along the south property line and a 10-foot wide landscape buffer along a portion of the north property line where 15 feet is required, and to allow 0-foot wide landscape buffers on portions of the west and east property line where 8 feet is required in Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Item 17, SUP 66425. The applicant is Bobby J. Pont, Jr. The owner is Garces Venture, LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a tattoo parlor body piercing studio at 626 South Las Vegas Boulevard, Suite 100 in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Item 18 is SUP 66432. The applicant is Eureka Restaurant Group, and the owner is Ike Gaming Incorporated, for possible action on a request for a major amendment to a previously approved special use permit, SUP 38824, to add 2,594 square foot of interior floor area and 355 square feet of outdoor seating area to an existing 1,900 square foot tavern limited establishment at 520 Fremont Street, Suite 110 in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Item 19, SUP 66481. The applicant owner is Main Street Investments, LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed tavern limited establishment with 1,477 square feet of interior area and 522 feet of outdoor seating at 80 and 100 East Avenue in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Items 20 and 21 are related. Item 20 is SDR 66483. The applicant owner is Howard Keys Trust for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 105,300 square foot motor vehicle sales new development with waivers of the town center development standards to allow a reduction in the parking lot landscaping, a 10-foot landscape buffer along the north property line where 15 feet is required, and a parking lot in front of the building where parking is only allowed on the side or rear of the building at the southeast corner of Centennial Boulevard and Grand Montecito Parkway in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item 21, SDR 66484 for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for an interim auto dealer inventory storage facility in conjunction with a proposed 105,300 square foot motor vehicle sales new development in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item 22, SDR 66476. The applicant is ST Holdings 1 LLC, and the owner is Pre-Rancho Craig LLC, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 4,684 square foot car wash, full service or auto detailing use with a waiver to allow wash bays to face the public right-of-way at the southeast corner of Craig Road and Rancho Drive in Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. Items 23 and 24 are related. Item 23 is VAC 66486. The applicant owner is Pardee Home Nevada for possible action on a request for a petition to vacate all existing public sewer and drainage easements at the southwest corner of Sky Canyon Park Drive and Grand Canyon Drive in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item 24, TMP 66485 for possible action on a request for a tentative map for a 177-lot single-family subdivision in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item 25 is VAC 66477. The applicant owner is 18 Fremont Street Acquisition LLC for possible action on a request for a petition to vacate portions of two 20-foot wide public alleys generally located north of Fremont Street between Main Street and First Street in Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Item 26 is VAC 66109. The applicant owner is Pacific Healthcare 3 LLC for possible action on a request for a petition to vacate the excess public right-of-way commonly known as the east side of Riley Street, approximately 500 feet south of Rome Boulevard in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item 27, VAC 66336. The applicant is Capital West Development, and the owner is Lake Mead MLK LLC. For possible action on a request for a petition to vacate a public drainage easement generally located approximately 245 feet from the southwest corner of Mount Moriah Drive and Martin Luther King Boulevard in Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. And the last item on the one motion, one vote is item 28, VAC 66489. The applicant owner is MS Northwest Land Company, LLC, for possible action on a request for a petition to vacate the west half of Doe Brook Trail south of Durrell Lane in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval.
Mr. Chairman, we do have some items, items 17 and 18, that we have condition changes on, and then a clarification regarding ownership for item 19, and then items 20 and 21, we did not receive the one motion, one vote form, and those will have to be removed from this portion of the agenda and placed on the public hearing agenda.
Okay, so are you also asking for 17 through 19 to move to the public hearing portion of the agenda?
No, 17 and 18, we have just some condition changes that we could handle at the dais if you want to handle those individually.
Yes.
And then 19 is just a quick clarification of ownership.
So let's take care of 17, 18, and 19 now, and I will pull forward to the public hearing portion of the agenda items 20 and 21. So for item 17,
a condition of approval is to be added stating a required review at a public hearing before the city council shall be conducted in 1 year from the date of issuance of a business license.
Okay. And was there one on 18? Actually, let's take 17 first. Can I have the applicant come forward on item 17? Good morning. Your name and address, please.
Bobby Ponte, it's 2202 West Charleston.
Great. And you heard the condition that staff just read into the record?
Yes.
And are you willing to, can you agree to that condition?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
For item 18, condition of approval number 11 needs to be amended to state per downtown Centennial standards, all private improvements, outdoor dining and landscaping installed with this project shall be situated and maintained so as to maintain a minimum 7-foot clear path through the public sidewalk area.
Very good. Could I also have the applicant on item 18 come forward?
Good morning, Laura Drea, 520 South 4th Street. We actually requested that change on behalf of Eureka Restaurants, so we're very happy with it. And at this time, I'd like to ask that this be final action if possible.
Okay. We'll let the director weigh in on that, but I did hear you say you agree to the condition as staff has stated.
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you very much. And then on item 19, let me clarify that the address is at 80 and 100 East California Avenue in Ward 3.
Also on item 19, the ownership is Main Street Investments 2 LLC. The header says Main Street Investments. Main Street Investments is actually an officer for Main Street Investments 2. The ownership is correct on the application form and the statement of financial interest.
Okay, very good. Thanks for that clarification. Okay, so do any members of the public wish to be heard on any of the items that were just read from the one motion, one vote portion of the agenda? Seeing none, I will close the public comment.
Mr. Chairman, my understanding was there might have been a question on items 14 through 16. I just want to clarify if the applicant had some questions on that.
Could we have the applicant on the Faith Temple come forward, please? Good morning. Can I have you state your name and address, please?
Yes, Loretta Tanner Coleman. We actually, because we have someone else on as representative by the name of Leonard Fulmore.
Okay.
We would like to change representatives. As of today, I have a letter to change the representatives.
So are you asking, with the new representation that you have in place, that this item be obeyed to a future meeting?
Yes, we would like to try to advance it to the December 13th.
Okay, so you'd like a 60-day abeyance on items 14 through 16?
Yes, and we're trying to get the properties merged together, okay? So
Okay.
that we can advance this project.
Okay, very good. So what I'm going to do, I'll pull items 14, 15, and 16 forward to the public hearing portion of the agenda. We'll make that one of the quick matters, and we'll vote on an abeyance. So I'm pulling that off the one motion, one vote portion.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, I also had a question on items 20 through 21, if we could have the applicant come forward for the Howard Keys Trust. Were we good with all conditions, or did you want to address those?
Good morning, Chairperson Moody, members of the commission. We had no issue.
Go ahead and state your name and address, please.
Matthew Seibert of Moran, Brandon Ben David Moran, 630 South 4th Street, Las Vegas, Nevada. for the applicant, Howard Hughes Trust. On item number 20, we're fine with all conditions. However, we would like to speak to item number 21 and some of the conditions that were imposed on that matter.
Okay, very good. I'm going to pull those off the one motion, one vote then, and we'll consider those during the public hearing portion.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we've covered all of those. Let me just ask again, in light of what has been heard, does anyone wish to speak on any of those items? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. And Vice Chair?
Yes, I'll make an attempt at trying to pull this together. On items, on the one motion, one vote, I'd move to approve items 11 through 14 and items...
11 through 13.
I'm sorry, yes, 11 through 13, and items 17, 18, and 19, and also items 22 through 28. And noting the additional condition added to number 17, which is public hearing by City Council within 1 year of the issuance of the business license. Number 18, the applicant shall have 7 feet versus 8 feet of minimum free open space. And to hold items, or to pull items 20 and 21, and also 20 and 21 forward to our public hearing, and to hold items 14 through 16 in abeyance until the December 13th, 2016 Planning Commission hearing.
All right, so I think what I'll do, if it's okay with the Vice Chair, is let's first vote on 11 through 13, 17 through 19, and 22 through 28.
Okay.
Okay, so motion is to approve those items. Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 11, 12, and 13 will be heard at the City Council meeting on November 16th, 2016. Items 17, 18, 19 will be final action unless appealed to the City Clerk's office within 10 days. Item 22 through and 23 are final action unless appealed to the City Clerk's office within 10 days. Item 24 is final action unless appealed to the City Clerk's office within 10 days. Items 25 and 26 will be heard at City Council on November 16th, 2016. Item 27 is final action unless appealed to the City Clerk's office within 10 days. And item 28 will be heard at the City Council meeting on November 16th, 2016.
All right, very good. We're now to the public hearing portion of this morning's agenda, and we're going to begin with items 14, 15, and 16. If I can have the applicant for Faith Temple come forward again. These have already been read into the record. Do I need to do it again?
You don't, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Again, your name and address, please.
Loretta Tanner Coleman, address 117 Dela Cruz Avenue.
Actually, let's go ahead and, although they've been read into the record, let's get staff's report before we discuss this any further.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The applicant is requesting a site development plan review to expand an existing legal nonconforming house of worship by 1,073 square feet. The use is expanding by approximately 80%, requiring a special use permit. Staff recommends approval of both requests. The existing side setback of the legal nonconforming building is 4.5 feet, requiring a variance to expand the building and match the existing 4.5-foot side setback. Evidence of a unique and extraordinary circumstance has been presented in that the subject building, built in 1959, was constructed with only a 4.5-foot side yard setback. Staff recommends approval. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Ms. Coleman, my understanding is you have new representation, and in light of that, you're asking for a 60-day abeyance to the December Planning Commission meeting. Is that correct?
Yes.
to December the 13th, correct?
Okay.
Yes.
All right, this is a public hearing item. Commissioner Creer?
No, I'll wait till you.
Okay.
Question.
This is a public hearing item, and I'll open this for public hearing. Does anyone wish to be heard either for or against these items? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. Commissioner Creer?
Thank you, Ms. Coleman. How are you this morning?
I'm doing fine.
Good, thank you. What do you plan to accomplish between now and December that you're somewhat hesitant, or have some trepidation about moving this forward today?
We want to make sure.
Hold on one second, your mic's not on. Okay. Here we go. It's on.
Okay. We want to make sure that we have all our plans and stuff together because we're going to have to make changes to the plans. We have had another representative come in to view the plans. This is why we had to get rid of the gentleman. That's why I permitted the letter to go over what they have done. So we want to go back over everything, make sure we have the brick wall, everything that's is stated on the plans before we turn everything in between that time. We want everything accurate.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, is there a motion on the 60-day abeyance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion on agenda item number 14, VAR 66138, to abate it through the December 13th Planning Commission meeting.
Okay.
Do we need to take both of them?
Okay, we can take all three at once.
Great. Also, agenda item 15, SUP 664140. Make a motion to abate to the December 13th. Agenda item S16, SDR 66141. Make a motion to obey until the December 13th Planning Commission meeting.
Thank you very much. The motion is to obey items 14 through 16 to the December 13 Planning Commission meeting. Please vote.
Okay.
Motion carries.
Okay.
All right, we are now to items 20 and 21, which have also been read into the record. Can we please have staff report on those?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As part of the request for development of an auto dealership, the applicant is requesting a temporary auto dealer inventory storage use to be located on 3.3 acres at the southwest corner of the site, adjoining the existing motor vehicle sales use located to the east. This lot would contain up to 772 spaces for vehicle storage prior to construction of the permanent sales lot and would contain only perimeter landscaping and screening. All of the associated use conditions can be met by this proposal. At this time, the site consists of a 37.33 acre undeveloped parcel. However, only the eastern 10.8 acres are proposed to be developed for the dealership at this time. The site is located away from existing residential development and is adjacent to the Centennial Center development, which features 7 auto dealerships having similar characteristics to this site. The proposed motor vehicle sales development is consistent with uses allowed by the General Commercial Town Center special land use designation and compatible with the adjacent uses. Staff therefore recommends approval. Note that there were additional protests received after publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Again, Matthew Seibert here on behalf of the applicant, the Howard Keys Trust. For the SDR 66483, we had no issues with any of the conditions or planning's recommendations as far as the development of the motor vehicle sales facility. Our concern was more to do with the conditions placed upon the interim parking lot, which would be the SDR 66484. You know, first I'd like to thank staff. They've helped us out tremendously on this project. I mean, it has taken a lot to get to where we are. With that said, this is a two-step process whereby we had to get the site development plan review approved for the new motor vehicle sales facility as a prerequisite to being allowed to use the interim vehicle storage conditional use, which is what I want to speak to now. The Howard Keys Trust, if you're familiar with the site, They've recently purchased a Centennial Toyota dealership, which is right next to this vacant lot, which is their property as well. This dealership is busting at the seams. They're going to construct a new dealership on that 10-acre parcel or portion of the 40-acre site, 37-acre site. And while they're doing that, they want to store some inventory to keep up with their demand on this 3-acre parcel of that 10-acre new vehicle dealership. Like I said before, we're fine with all the conditions for the dealership. However, Public Works has placed some additional conditions on the interim parking lot, which would require us to do off-site improvements all the way down Grand Montecito Parkway and Centennial Center Boulevard. It's so cost prohibitive to speculate what things are going to be down the road when we're only developing, you know, a 10-acre portion of this 37-acre site. As part of the conditions for the new motor vehicle sales development, you know, we're going to have to submit additional site development plan reviews as we decide to, and we will eventually, you know, develop the rest of that 37-acre parcel site. But until we're ready to move forward on those additional dealerships, it's all speculation as to where everything's going to go, and make us develop all those offsite improvements, you know, for the entire parcel, when really we're only focused right now on the immediate, you know, 10-acre portion and really a 3-acre portion thereof, just to do the interim parking. I think it's a little much. You know, with the interim parking lot, basically, you know, we're going to follow staff's recommendations in terms of, you know, it's going to be screened. You know, it's only accessible from the current dealership, strictly used for inventory storage. It'll be, you know, paved according to the standards of Clark County air quality. You know, we're going to do the recycled asphalt, the slough, so it has a nice, you know, temporary surface that, you know, it's only a 36-month use. There's no extensions on this, so it will eventually be torn up, you know, at the end of that 36 months and incorporated into the eventual dealership that will also be constructed there as well. With that, we would ask that you approve items 20 and 21 with the exception that you waive the Public Works requirements.
Okay. This is a public hearing. Well, these are public hearing items. Any members of the public that wish to be heard, please come forward and state your name and address. Seeing none, I will close the public comment, and I have some questions for you. I understand the concern. And which condition was it specifically?
I believe it was I apologize. It was for, I believe it was condition 13 for SDR 66484, where you get to Public Works, 13 and 14, where it talks about construct temporary asphalt sidewalk on Centennial Center Boulevard adjacent to this parcel with the first phase of the development of this site, install all underground facilities, traffic signal system, all of these improvements before the issuance of permits.
Okay. So let me ask you, would you be willing to install a 2-inch AC pavement on a 4-inch type 2 pavement section?
I'm sorry, in a long...
Yeah, I mean, what are you willing to do there?
So when we discussed this with staff, we were under the impression that we would do the improvements for that frontage along Centennial Boulevard of the first proposed dealership. I think it's like 16 feet there. And, you know, as we develop the 10-acre portion of this larger parcel. That was our understanding. Now it looks like Public Works wants us to go beyond that and you know, do the entire 37-acre parcel.
All right. Are you willing to put in a 5-foot wide sidewalk / pedestrian path along there?
Oh, just for that frontage for the first site?
Correct.
We will be agreeable to that.
Okay.
I think we could.
So I know you've worked with the Mayor Pro Tem's office on this, and I want to state an amended condition and see if you'd be willing to agree with that. Instead of full off-site improvements along Grand Montecito, would you be willing to install 16-foot, which is 11 feet for travel lane and 5 feet for shoulder, of temporary paving along northbound Grand Montecito, along with all necessary signing and striping modifications to remove the current northbound and southbound lane shifts that exist adjacent to the site?
Mr. Chairman, Lucian Pyatt, Public Works.
Yes.
Before we go a little bit further into that, that's kind of how the condition currently is written.
Okay.
I think I heard a concern about extending the utilities, but the way condition 14 is written, it's meant for a temporary situation, so you'll have 16 feet of temporary asphalt along with a temporary sidewalk along Centennial with the temporary parking lot. Condition 13 that was spoke of is just the right-of-way dedication, so we would not really support not dedicating the right-of-way needed for future building. But I believe condition 14 as written can be used. If we'd like to modify it to maybe take out the extending all the required underground utilities, electrical and phone and those type of things, that could probably be taken out. But I believe
That would be my suggestion, and would you be willing to, and thank you, Lucian, would you be willing to that condition?
So just so I understand, so we'd only be required to do that, the 16 feet of frontage that is on, I apologize, I'm trying to get a visual here.
So it would put it on, along northbound Grand Montecito.
Okay. And then would we have to complete that prior to pulling permits to construct the interim parking? Or can we do this like in phases, like as we develop the dealership, we could start moving forward with developing those improvements? And in the meantime, can we begin trying to grade that 3-acre portion for the
Public
interim
Works.
parking?
Sure, Mr. Chairman, it would be concurrent with. So when they came in for their permit application for the temporary parking lot, they would also have to come with an application for the temporary pavement on Grand Montecito and the temporary sidewalk on Centennial Parkway.
Okay, so we could do it all concurrently?
You could.
Okay, I believe that I could live with those conditions.
Okay, then I can too.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
So, yeah, Mr. Chairman, if I can just clarify, we will, on condition number 14, delete the sentence that says, extend all required underground utilities such as electrical, telephone, etc., located within the public right-of-way past the boundaries of this site prior to construction of hard surfacing, asphalt, or concrete.
Now, I would also like to see the 5-foot wide pedestrian walkway, because there are a lot of pedestrians traveling along this. Would the applicant be willing to agree to that?
So we're deleting this.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may, that is already included in condition number 14.
Okay.
The temporary sidewalk.
Yeah, so we're just gonna, what you're speaking to is the condition that's already contained in 14.
I am. I
correct?
want to make sure you're okay with that. I mean, we've kind of massaged condition 14. I want to make sure you understand you're still doing the pedestrian path.
Right.
Okay.
Right. And then I just want to be clear that we can develop the interim parking, we can pull permits for that the same day we pull permits to do the rest of the improvements, correct?
Sure, yeah, Mr. Chairman, if I can just clarify, there's two different kind of projects here. The one is the temporary parking lot and the other is the full dealership. The only difference of the requirements between the two, temporary parking lot and the full dealership, is that the full dealership requires permanent offsites along their frontage on Centennial. Other than that, the conditions are the same. So yes, they'll be able to pull a permit for the temporary work within Centennial and Grand Montecito, along with the temporary work for the temporary parking lot.
Okay. You're okay? You agree to that? All right. You'll
ready.
see my support then. Commissioner Quinn?
I'm ready to make a motion regarding item number 20, SDR 66483, following all of staff's recommendations, and I make my motion this morning for approval on number 20.
Thank you. Motion is to approve item 20. Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. In reference to item number 21, SDR 66484, I'm going to follow staff's recommendations for approval, eliminating in the number 13, is it number 13 or 14, Lucy?
No, through you, Mr. Chairman, it's number 14, just the sentence in condition 14.
Yeah, I'm going to amend the sentencing for number 14 to read that they're going to delete all the underground utilities and that kind of stuff until they build their project, but they are going to comply with paving and asphalt for the parking lot of the cars, as stated, and, right, Lucian? And then, as stated, right, in the thing,
Sure,
and then,
yeah.
and then the other one is a paved 5-foot walkway for people to get to that lot. And does that cover it? Well, that would be the sidewalk, the 5-foot
Yes. Mr.
sidewalk.
Chairman, it's a 5-foot temporary sidewalk and a 16-foot temporary lane on Grand Montecito.
Yes.
All right. Motion is made.
Is that what you agreed to, sir? So
Just to be
basically, you don't have to
clear,
do any of
Is
the
the sidewalk
utility.
going to the interim parking lot?
No, it's
Okay,
going, it's going alongside.
That's what I thought. Okay,
Yeah.
I just want to be clear, because the interim parking lot shouldn't be accessible by the public, so that,
Yeah, basically, you just don't have to do any of the underground stuff that's so expensive until you start to build. Any way you look at it, you're going to have to do it, just not right now.
correct.
Okay, thank you very much. So my motion will be approval, and with those changes in number 13 and number 14, as stated by Lucian from Public Works. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Quinn. Please vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 20 and 21 are final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
All right, thank you very much. Now I am pulling forward items 54, 55, 56, and 57. Beginning with item 54, GPA 66464, the applicant owner is Alexander and Esther White Living Trust for possible action on a request for a general plan amendment from ML, medium-low density residential, to SC, service commercial, at the northeast corner of Gowan Road and Durango Drive in Ward 4. Staff recommends denial. Item 55 is ZON 66465 for possible action on a request for a rezoning from U, undeveloped zone, ML, medium-low density residential, general plan designation, to C1, limited commercial zone in Ward 4. Staff recommends denial. 56 is GPA 66474. The applicant owner is Alexander and Esther White Living Trust for possible action on a request for a general plan amendment from ML, medium-low density residential, to SC, service commercial, at the southeast corner of Gowan Road and Durango Drive in Ward 4. Staff recommends denial. And item 57, ZON 66475, for possible action on a request for a rezoning from undeveloped zone ML, medium-low density residential, general plan designation, to C1, limited commercial zone in Ward 4. Staff recommends denial. Can we please get the staff reports on both related items?
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The reports are similar for both of these sets of items. So the subject site contains 2 undeveloped lots directly adjacent to medium-low density single-family residential uses. At this time, there's no development project associated with the requested changes in land use and zoning. The closest commercial zoning district along Durango is located approximately 1,800 feet to the south, near Cheyenne Avenue. And along Gowan, there are no commercial uses of this intensity west of Rancho Drive. Staff finds that many of the land uses allowed in the C1 district to be too intense for this location and more suitable at the corner of 2 primary arterial roads and therefore recommends denial of both the general plan amendment and rezoning. And this would apply to items 56 and 57 as well.
All right, very good.
Note that there were additional protests received after publication.
Thank you. Can we please have the applicant come forward on items 54, 55, 56, and 57? Your name and address again, please.
Linda Pearson, 6540 East Redmont Drive, Mesa, Arizona, 85215.
Okay, Linda, and go ahead.
We're here today to ask for an abeyance. I've originally said maybe a 60-day in December, but if we could make that 90 days. The owners have a large family, and they have a lot of family commitments in the month of December. So then that should give us ample time to work with staff to find some kind of a designation. That would be something that they could support, as well as the owner could feel comfortable with.
Okay, thank you. So items 54 through 57 have all been noticed as public hearing items, and if any members of the public came to be heard on these items, you're welcome to come forward now. Remember that the applicant has asked for an abeyance. Okay. So you're welcome to come forward. I would like you to address whether or not you're opposing the abeyance. So come on up. We have several microphones.
Yes, my name is Jeffrey Brody.
I'm sorry for interrupting you. How many are here to speak on this? All right, we've got about a dozen of you. I want to remind you that this has been asked to be obeyed, so I would really prefer you speak to whether or not, if you're opposed to an abeyance of 90 days, then go ahead and tell us why. If you would support an abeyance, and Commissioner Quinn has asked that I invite the applicant to hold a neighborhood meeting between now and the time that this gets heard. So go ahead, name and address. Let's hear whether you agree with an abeyance.
Okay, my name is Jeffrey Brody, address 8380 Helena Avenue, Las Vegas 89129. I live approximately half a mile from the property that's being requested for rezoning. Whether you do an abeyance or not, that's up to you guys. I'm not necessarily opposed to it. I would like to say that there are, as the man stated, ample commercial properties close to there already. Up on Centennial, there are more commercial properties, and I don't see where this has any effect other than decreasing property values. Obviously, you're familiar with 7-Elevens where guys are asking for change. This is a very good neighborhood. I live in it, I own the home, or we own the home, and I'm very proud of it. I would like to keep it this way, and when you do rezone, what you get is in a lot of cases, proliferation. One leads to another. And we don't need that up in that neighborhood. At least I certainly feel strongly that way. And I would agree with the staff recommendation as it stands. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you keeping your comments short and discussing whether you agree to the abeyance or not.
My name is Donna Vensel, and I live too at 8380 Helena Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada. I don't agree with the extension. I feel like that they had ample time to do what they needed to do, regardless of the size of the family, to get this situated. But I am totally against this. I've been a realtor for over 25 years, a leading agent in my industry, and this would not be good for that location in our area at all. As this gentleman said here, 1,800 feet away is commercial. I'm not going to elaborate, but I just feel like it would not be good for the entire area. It wouldn't be good for the traffic. It wouldn't be good for the people that would hang out there. It's probably about a half a mile from our home. We are in what I consider an upscale neighborhood, and I just ask, and I thank you all. I see that you all are against it, but I ask that we go ahead and move forward and not grant the extension.
So staff has recommended denial. That doesn't mean that the planning commissioners are necessarily against that, just so you understand.
And who is the staff?
The staff is the full-time planning staff, everyone that
Okay,
that is.
that's what I thought, and
Yeah.
that's what I mean,
Yeah.
so.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Thank you for listening. I
Name
think
and
it's
address,
got-
please.
Stephen Best, 3609 Port Swings Way, Las Vegas, Nevada. Nevada, sorry, I'm from out of town. I think your staff did a great job of summarizing why you shouldn't approve this. And so I would just like to say that I agree with that, and I would like to be done today and not in advance.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Lynn Ratcliffe. I live at 3628 Chateau Meadows Street, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89129. I think I am the person that started this whole thing because I requested sidewalks, thinking that the city put them in and not realizing that the property owners were going to have to pay for them. As such, I tried to talk with them and suggest a compromise, and there was no talking to them. I would very much like to compromise and withdraw my request for sidewalks, and that will put an end to this. And I've signed a document to that effect, and there it is.
Thank you. We'll make that a part of today's record.
And if you need any further requests from me to withdraw my request, I will be more than glad to sign it.
How do you feel about the request for a 90-day abeyance?
I'm sorry?
How do you feel about the request for a 90-day abeyance?
My problem is that there are so many children traveling to and from the Y, both for the skate park and the swimming pool. I'm afraid that if you put in any type of business there, we're going to have kids getting hurt and killed. That was never my intention. And I couldn't live with myself if something happened to a child because of me. And that's why I'm asking for this to be removed.
Well, the applicant has asked to obey this, to bring this back 90 days from now.
I understand that, but I still would like to withdraw my request for sidewalks, and that will take care of the problem.
Do you oppose the request to obey this?
I most certainly do.
Okay. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mary Marshall. I live at 8421 Cavaricci Avenue. I would like to go on record as opposing the abeyance. I don't believe that any form of commercial enterprise at that location is going to be anything but going to have anything but a completely negative impact on our neighborhood. So I honestly don't feel that further discussion would, with staff on the part of the applicant, would result in anything productive. I also would like to say that I don't know about everybody else, but I've taken time off from work to be here today because my understanding was that this was going to be addressed today. So I'm hoping we can do that. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Robert Fisher, 8416 Cavaricci Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89129. I'm against the abeyance. I'm against the rezoning. I'm against the abeyance. I think they're just trying to stall the vote. We don't want to make a lot of trips down here for the meetings. So let's get it over with as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir. My name is Frank Tamman, 8468 Vast Horizon. I live 100 feet from the planned area. I'm dead set against the abeyance. We already had a complete meeting of the neighborhood. It was packed, and we were dead set against it. Just a couple things you might your presentation was terrific. That area is a park filled with a YMCA daycare for kids. And these just aren't teenagers, these are children directly across the street from that area. A skate park, not teenagers, kind of pre-teen. From that area from 10 to 13 years old, and that pool is packed. It is all kids. Furthermore, the wind comes from the northwest screaming down that hill. Put a hamburger joint up there, it blows right down on us. We get burgers for the rest of our lives. Don't do it. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Suzanne Dubois, 8468 Vast Horizon Avenue. I oppose the abeyance and support the denial. And the reasons are concerns about impact on home values, noise, odor, light intrusion, increased traffic, especially increase in crime, and the slippery slope for potential land use changes to move further into the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
May I ask one question?
Come on up.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I can't have you speaking until you're at the microphone.
I'm sorry, I should have done this earlier. Donna Venzel, again, 8380 Helena Avenue. What can we do to help stop this? Are we recommended to do a petition, go through the neighborhood?
No, this is a public hearing. This is exactly the time and place for you to come and state your feelings with respect to this.
Which I've done.
Yeah.
Okay, so you
And,
can't advise me on a petition?
Has everyone been given an opportunity to speak that would like one? All right, I'll close the public hearing and open this for discussion on the Planning Commission. Commissioner Quinn?
To the applicant, please, this is a very impactful little corner to these neighbors. I'd like to know if you have already had a neighborhood meeting and how it went.
We did have a neighborhood meeting as required. There were 533 postcards sent out. There was probably somewhere between 20 and 25 people who showed up at the meeting. There were probably, I would say, maybe 15 to 20 that were opposed. Probably 5 said they weren't good one way, or they didn't really care, or they didn't see that as a problem. And that's pretty much the way
Thank you. I just
the
wanted
meeting
to
went.
make sure you did your due diligence.
Absolutely.
And I appreciate that very
You bet.
much. Thank you.
Commissioner Creer?
Thank you for the applicant. And explain to me again why you want an abeyance. Is it because of the fact that it was denied by staff, or what do you plan to accomplish between now and 90 days?
The owners of this property originally bought this property in the 70s. When they bought it, it was a 5-acre piece of property. Because Gowan was extended out, it cut it in half to 2.5-acre parcels. Now with the street improvements, they're down to about 1.8 acres on each half. So some, when over the years they've tried to sell the property with no success. No developer has ever come and suggested that they could develop that into some kind of a residential area. Most of them are interested in some kind of commercial, but as soon as you tell them it has a U designation for zoning, they just don't want to go through the process usually. So we're trying to get it so that the owners are well into their 80s. They're trying to take care of their affairs in a responsible way. We are willing to go back to staff and see if there's another designation that might be more appropriate, that might be more palatable to both staff and to the neighborhood. But we got, staff came, I think their decision came in on October 4th, but because some kind of a glitch, we didn't actually get the report until Tuesday. You had 2 weekend days, and yesterday was a holiday, so we really did not have much time to get back with staff to talk to them to see if we could get some kind of input that would be more palatable to both staff and the neighborhood. So that's why we're asking for the abeyance, is to help these people get this property to be something than a vacant lot that is collecting trash and is an eyesore, truthfully.
Okay. Any other commissioners? Commissioner Cherry?
Through the chair, I understand the neighbors' opposition on this based on what they're trying to come forward with on the application, but truly after hearing the applicant and their case and the time needed and what the owner is trying to do, I think it's a reasonable thing to give them a chance within the 90 days for this abeyance and try to work on something. So I would support the abeyance.
Thank you. Commissioner Flangus?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think I'm going to support the abeyance on this because I like to see things try to be worked out. If it's not worked out in 90 days, then we'll deal with it then, because I don't think both sides are completely ready to do what they need to do today. I know that the neighbors in that area, I will tell you right now, I'm not too in favor of the project, but I do think an abeyance is probably appropriate in this matter.
Okay, then with that, Commissioner Flangus, you want to make a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On those grounds, then I would move that items 54, 55, 56, and 57 be obeyed for 90 days to the, I believe, the January meeting. I don't know if we've got the date set yet.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, that would be January 18, 2017.
Okay, to the January 18, 2017 Planning Commission meeting.
All right.
I want to make sure we've got that right. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking at the January 2017 calendar. The second Tuesday is the 10th. The 18th would be the second council meeting of the month. I just want to confirm that. Maybe the crooks can help out.
You're right.
January 10th would be the, do we have the meeting schedule for 2017? I'm assuming that that's what will be on the schedule. It's going to be adopted today, actually. Okay, so we'll go with January 10th. Okay.
All right. Motion is to obey items 54 through 57 to the January 10, 2017 Planning Commission meeting. Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
We'll see everyone back here in January. Thanks for coming today. We have one more item that we're going to take out of order, and that is item 91, VAC 66478. The applicant owner is Sal Segev Hotel Company, Incorporated. For possible action on a request for a petition to vacate a portion of a 20-foot wide public alley generally located south of Fremont Street and east of Main Street in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Can we please have staff's report?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The applicant's petitioning to vacate a 130-foot-long portion of a 20-foot public alley that's in conflict with the proposed development adjacent to Main Street, south of the Fremont Street experience. The owner of the adjacent parcel to the east has consented to the vacation application. As no existing parcel would be landlocked and the alley segment would no longer be needed for access due to proposed development, staff recommends approval of the proposed vacation. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Todd Kessler, 261 Las Vegas Boulevard North. Good morning, Chairman, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. I usually don't get to say that without having 6 hours of hell in front of it, so it's a good opportunity for me this morning. I appreciate you pulling me forward. This is a companion item to item 25, which is on the one motion, one vote agenda.
And by the way, that's the reason we pulled this forward. I don't want the public to think we're doing special favors, but this really should have been on the one motion, one vote portion of tonight's, this morning's agenda.
And I appreciate that. To help expedite things, we ask that you approve subject to staff conditions. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
All right, thank you. This has been properly noticed for a public hearing. Is anyone here to be heard either for or against item 91? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. Open this for discussion on the commission.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just to let you know, I'll be abstaining on this matter due to ongoing business relationship with Mr. Kessler.
All right. Commissioner Quinn?
If there's no discussion, I'd like to just make a motion.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. My motion for number 91 is VAC 66478 to follow staff's recommendation this morning for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Motion is to approve item 91. Please vote. Motion carries, noting the abstention of the vice chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, item 91 will be heard at City Council on November 16th, 2016.
Okay, we are now to related items 31 through 38. Item 31 is GPA 64834. The applicant owner is FF Series Holdings, LLC. For possible action on a request for a general plan amendment from R, rural density residential, to O, office, at the southwest corner of Azure Drive and Starlight Drive in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item 32 is ZON 64833. For possible action on a request for a rezoning from undeveloped rural density residential general plan designation to office in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item 33, VAR 66511. For possible action on a request for variance to allow a 10-foot residential adjacency setback where 69 feet is required for a proposed convalescent care facility nursing home in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item 34 is VAR 66512 for possible action on a request for a variance of a complete street standards to provide no off-site improvements along Starlight Drive for a proposed convalescent care facility / nursing home in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item 35, VAR 66974. For possible action on a request for a variance to allow 35% lot coverage where 30% is the maximum allowed in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item 36, WVR 66675 for possible action on a request for a waiver to allow no streetlights where such are required for a proposed convalescent care facility / nursing home in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item 37, SUP 66509 for possible action on a request for special use permit for a proposed convalescent care facility nursing home in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. And item 38, SDR 66510 for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 15,750 square foot convalescent care facility nursing home with a waiver to not orient the building to the corner where such is required in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Can we please have the staff report?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing a convalescent care facility nursing home with multiple variances for residential adjacency, no off-site improvements along Starlight Drive, and for increased lot coverage. In addition, a waiver is required to eliminate streetlights along Starlight Drive. Staff does not support the requested variances and waivers as the applicant is proposing to overbuild the site and no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented to substantiate the requests. The requested general plan amendment and rezoning would allow commercial uses to encroach into the residential subdivision east of Tenaya. Staff is recommending denial of all applications. Please note there are additional letters of protest since publication.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman, and good morning, Commissioners. My name is Forrest Fermanelli, 9992 Catalina.
Excuse me, I missed your name.
Forrest Fermanelli.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, thank you. The address is 9992 Catalina Canyon Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89147. Members, we are here this morning to share our couple of projects here. These items that were read, 31 through 38, there's another companion item, which is from 39 to 46. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Before I get involved in addressing the variance, the GPA, and the waivers that we are requesting on the development of this project, I would like to invite my brother to come in and do the presentation. This nursing care facility is part of our memory care facility, which will be the companion item. My brother, who is the owner and the operator of Nevada Memory Care in City of Las Vegas on Montessori, which is between Sahara and Rainbow. So I would like him to please give us some time to address what we're doing here on this project, and we'll address all the other issues that are concerned, raised by the staff. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Tony Farmanelli, 2299 Montessori Avenue, Las Vegas, 89117. What we have in front of you today is about 6 years of R&D and few months of neighborhood meetings and working with the staff. what we tried to do about 6 years ago when my family members got ill, and I found out that there was one section of the society that was being marginalized was Alzheimer's and dementia patients. And we realized that this tsunami that is just about to embark on our doors needed a special care. They cannot be put in convalescent commercial type of settings. So what we did is a pilot program about 6 years ago to see what needs to be built for these type of patients so they are comfortable in the environment that they're living, because the caregiving at home is not feasible anymore. So idea came about, we built one, and now what you have in front of you is really, we would like to build these in residential neighborhoods with a residential look. And the reason we want to do that because this type of patient does not have advocacy anywhere. They cannot verbalize some of their feelings. And we got to create a home-like setting for them so they don't get even more confused. I mean, I've seen on a bigger facilities where they have to walk 300 feet to get food. And they get so disoriented. So the whole idea was to create a facility that looks, feels, and is in the neighborhood, away from all the hustle and bustle of commercial. If I would like to show you this is our current facility, and if you can take a look at it, it has a residential look and feel to it. We had neighborhood meetings, and we actually requested all the neighbors to come and look at what we are doing and see how does this fit into our current project. With the exception of one, other members of the neighborhood meeting did not, at least did not approach me to come and look at this place. And the idea is to bring forth this type of a product where it actually belongs. It doesn't belong in the commercial setting. So that's why we are here. And we work with the neighbors on all the items that they requested us to work with. And we have addressed all those items of concern. At the same time, the items that were of concern with the planning staff, we have also addressed those. And as these items come in, we will give you our feedback as to what we have done. To my knowledge, almost everything that was requested for us to address in the neighborhood meetings have been addressed. And from this point, I think I will have Forrest to go forward and explain you the details of the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. To address the issue for the GPA, the reason we had to file for the GPA is because the use actually for the convalescent care and nursing care is allowed under RE. Our property, the front parcel which fronts on Tenaya, is already zoned for an office use. So when we had a meeting with the staff recommended that we should do a cohesive zoning so that the two standards of RE and office do not get corrupted. So that is the reason that we did the GPA on this item, and that's why the zoning actually also came into place to convert from RE to the office zoning. To address the variance of the residential agency setback where 69 feet is required for a convalescent nursing care facility. Commissioners, this actually is two parcels, half acre each. They front on Tenaya, they front on Azure, and we front on Starlight. So we are dedicating 40 feet of this property on Tenaya. We are dedicating another 30 feet on Azure, and we're dedicating another 30 feet on Starlight. So combined, it's almost 100 feet that has been dedicated either in the front, back, or on the side for road improvements. So that makes this property a very narrow property. But fortunately, because this property does front on Azure, we have the access from Azure and as well as on Tenaya. So really, the variance for the agency, I don't think is really impacting the neighbors. So I would like to move on the next item on this regarding the variances required to allow the off-site improvements along Starlight Drive where complete street standards are required. I think the commissioners are very familiar with this neighborhood and other neighborhoods where the neighbors have come to the developers and the owners and said, you know, we would like to maintain our neighborhood the way it is, more on the rural standards. So we have really honored the request that neighbors made to us during our neighborhood meeting with them. Just by the way, I just want to, not to distract, but bring this matter to your attention also, that this property I have owned since 1999. So it's been sitting there, and we feel that what we're trying to do is bring quality service to the community on this project. In terms of the variance, that is, we are about 5% over the required 30% for the maximum allowed. I think I have already addressed because of the street dedications that we have. We request that we appreciate your consideration for the 35% coverage. I think the waiver to allow the street lights along Starlight, we just followed the instructions and desires of the neighbors, and we would like that is why that waiver is in place. And of course, the special use permit is needed because of the office zoning designation that we had to apply on this project. And I think waiver for the orientation of the building to the corner, as you can see, fortunately, this actually layout works excellent, and with the limitation that we have, dedication on the big streets, this actually really provides. Mr. John Burke has done an excellent job in creating the access from, Tenaya, as well as 2 entries and exits on Azure. We are not encumbering neighbors. We are not disturbing them at all. And the front area of the property is for the visitors that come, or the doctors that will be visiting, if any, and the back area for the parking is for the employees. And, let me address one more item, and then I can share some of my other thoughts. The waiver for the 10-foot landscape buffer to Starlight back there, same issue. We have dedicated enough streets that we don't have the more space to really allow or go for the 15 acres. Just, because it's a companion item, we have created more buffer, which we'll be dealing on this item later. We have created tremendous amount of landscaping buffer for the neighbors to compensate for a 5-foot variance that we are requesting for the landscaping on Starlight. So the reason we are doing this nursing facility is because the need that is there for the Alzheimer's related needs in the community. Once some of those patients that will be in our facility in the memory care, if they get to a stage where they need more care and more help, the patient and the relatives, they don't have to go too far to be able to meet with their relatives very close by. So the intent is to really keep their surroundings as much as familiar to them. So the fear of moving them into another or a bigger facility where they will actually not get the attention, plus, for them to be in a different environment, I think, God forbid, but we have relatives, they have gone through this. All of us are dealing with those issues in one form or another. So that is really what we're trying to do. And we would greatly appreciate your approval on this project. I'll be more than glad to answer any questions that commissioners or chairman, sir, you may have.
If I may interject, the reason this layout you see here is dementia and Alzheimer's goes into 3 or 4 phases, very high functioning to very low functioning. And the idea is that not to change their surrounding. That's why this product has 4 pods that look identical. Once the care changes, we can safely move them to another pod, but it looks identically to the same pod that they were in. So when their surroundings are not changed, they're comfortable that, okay, I'm safe here. The other reason to have a skilled nursing next to it, as you know, readmission issues are becoming big for the hospitals. They don't want the patients to come back for the same reason, because especially when Alzheimer's and dementia patients cannot verbalize what is going on with them. We felt that for the continuum of care, we would like to have a small skilled nursing close by, which can be used for other people. But the main idea is that not to disorient them more and more by sending them to a hospital. Sometimes you just have a UTI infection, sometimes you have a pneumonia or something like that. That can be handled at a very low level of care rather than sending them to a hospital. So the idea is that this is providing familiarity between the pods, and 2, if they ever need to go to a clinical setting, they are not going to a hospital. That is, I think, the wave of the future, how these facilities or these homes are going to be built, because hospitals are not the place for them to be.
If I may again, I would like to invite Mr. Bullock, one of our senior members, to address the council.
Actually, what we'll do when we open this for public comment, that would be a great time for him to speak at that
That's
time.
fine.
And I think we're about there.
Okay.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
He can actually come up. These items 31 through 38 have been noticed for public hearing, and anyone who's here who wishes to be heard either for or against this, I invite you to come up and state your name and address and share with us your feelings.
My name is Boyd Bullock at 821 East Long Mountain Road, North Las Vegas, Nevada. Now, having had the wonderful experience of sitting in chairs like this for 25 years within the city of North Las Vegas, former city councilman and mayor pro tem, and the First Community College Board and the Groundwater Board and the Las Vegas Valley Water District, this is the last place, the last thing I thought I would ever do would come before a board like this. But I've sat behind a board like this, and I've seen the great things that you do. The last thing on this planet I ever expected after 65 years of fabulous marriage. And I'm a little on the crazy side, because nobody on this planet wants 12 kids. And I wound up with 11. And worse than that, nobody in their right mind wants 100 grandchildren. I got 94, and 8 and 4 in the basket. So, but this beautiful wife of mine has got dementia. This man here knows how it runs a facility that I would trust. And I've looked at them all over. I've gone to Cedar City. I've gone all over trying to find some place to get help. I've hired full-time help at my home. I've done everything I can. This is the ugliest, meanest thing. And we're the most unprepared community in the state of Nevada for this type of facility. We need it. And I'm here to say, Tony's got the right idea, got the right plan, and the right people, and I trust him. And I need to ask you to give an extra measure of love and attention to this item. I do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Usman Malik, 3937 Redwood Street, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89103. I'm here in support of the project that they're proposing. My mother-in-law, she has had dementia for over 15 years now, and she is one of the people that Nevada Memory Care has been taking care of for nearly almost a year now. My wife's been taking care of her by herself for the last 15 years, and she's only 35 years old now. My mother-in-law is 64 now. We have explored almost every facility in town, and I can't tell you the tremendous need we have for Alzheimer's and dementia care in this valley, and our elderly population is growing. There's something unique about their project, which, somebody like my wife who's taken care of her mother for 15 years would not trust anyone to just take care of her mother. And it was really hard. And there's a lot of anxiety for an outsider to take care of your own mother. And I think their facility provided the home atmosphere, which we loved. And I encourage all of you to come and see what they're providing, all the wonderful services they're providing. It's really changed our lives for the better. And I think that the unique project that they have going, providing a home-style environment, has been a tremendous help. So I'm just here in support. So thank you.
Thank you.
Morning. Gary Hayes, 6109 Starlight Drive, Las Vegas, 89130. I don't dispute the vision or the mission of this facility. I do dispute the location. I don't dispute the need for the facility. I dispute the location. And we've all had personal experiences, personal losses. I myself lost my wife in 2012 to cancer. It's not fun. I moved to this location in 2013. Was able to find it because of the uniqueness of the area. Equine facility, equine properties in Las Vegas are pretty rare. This facility would take away from that unique aspect. We've got horse properties on each side. There's an arena next to me to the north that has children lessons. Looking at this layout, there's going to be a parking lot right behind my barn. And with the 92-bed facility, I'm just envisioning how frequent the trash pickup would be, and also envisioning where the dumpster locations would be. And my guess is right behind my barn. I can already hear trash pickup across the street at the AM/PM on Tenaya and Azure. It's going to be really noisy when it's right behind my house. There's numerous other reasons why I oppose this. I'm also seeing more of an offset off of Tenaya, off of the main travel, than there is on the north side of my property. I'm also looking at, just from a safety aspect, emergency vehicles. Where are they going to be turning around because there's not room? In addition to the increased traffic impact on not only Tenaya but also Azure. There's a school to the east, which this facility will have an impact on increased traffic flow going to and from the school. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Clint Combs,
6545 Whispering Sands Drive. My wife, Elizabeth Combs. Is it possible to bring up the picture on the, laying here on the?
Sure.
Pink building.
You'll see where I'm pointing. This is our house. We don't currently reside at this house, but we've owned it for 12 years. Yeah, right there.
There we got it.
We are in strict opposition to this applicant. A simple question to you, how would you feel if this development were going in around your home? I'm sorry?
Excuse me, I'm sorry, through you, Mr. Chairman. Your home is sandwiched between?
You are correct.
I am correct?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Combs, 6545 Whispering Sands Drive. We have owned this home since 2004, and I understand the applicant has owned his lands for 5 more years, but we have a lot more invested in our property than just dirt. I understand and appreciate his facility that he owns now is beautiful, and I love the idea rather than apartments going in next to us or some high-density something, but I just do not like that it's coming back to Starlight. If it could stay on Tenaya, I would be okay with that. Also, he talked about the landscaping buffers. His landscaping buffers are at the front of our home where it doesn't do anything for our home. It's not against our home, it's against the front of our home that already has landscaping and a driveway. The landscaping buffers have done nothing to help protect our current property. Gary mentioned the school that's not even a mile down the street. It's an elementary school, Joe Neal, which already has huge amounts of traffic for those little kids coming around. That's it. We understand the need, but we just don't want it against our house.
Clint Combs again. Mr. Farminelli was explaining how it has a look and feel of neighborhood. But if you were living in my house, I would be totally alienated from our neighbors. I have a great relationship with our neighbors, Mr. Gary Hayes and Lynn Finstermaker, but we're going to be totally cut off from them, not to mention any future neighbors that may come in across the street from us.
Thank you both.
Good morning. My name is Lynn Fenstermaker. I live at 6075 Starlight Drive. That's the acre-and-a-half property just south of Gary's property and south of where Izzy and Clint's property is located. We've owned this property since 2000. I'm also representing neighbors across the street here on Starlight as well as on Moonlight who could not be here. We've been coming before City Planning Commission and the City Council for years about these vacant lots that everybody keeps wanting to get their big money out of. And we compromised. We did not fight the rezoning of going to office along Tenaya. But when we talked to City Council about what's happening on the influx into Starlight, we were told point blank by Councilman Ross that we could not come forward and talk about anything west of Tenaya, but only what affects our property. And we do not want to see spot zoning hit and miss, isolating Clinton Izzy's property, coming up against Gary's property, and affecting the entire street. It's not only going to affect quality of life and the intention of this to be rural buffer, but it will go against what City Council said in 2008 and 2012, that they would not approve any spot rezoning along Starlight Drive. This would have a huge impact, and I recognize Mr. Burke and the other gentleman who spoke. There is a true need for these type of facilities, but as Gary and Clint and Izzy have said, this is not the right location. We would encourage them to consider another location and that we not have high density coming in that's going to affect the further planning and speculation on development of property east of Starlight and thereby affect our ability to live the quality of life we like, to support children who are riding horses along Starlight, and to keep it a safe and reasonable neighborhood. So thank you for your time and listening to us. And if you have any questions of the neighbors, we would be more than happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you. Did we hear from all of the neighbors that wish to speak? Okay, I'm going to give the applicant a brief few minutes for a response.
Thank you, Chairman. Sir, as we know, we are fronting on Tenaya and Azure on this subject property. Just to the west of us, we're in a town center, and convenience store is just to the west of us. So really, the traffic that our project is going to generate is really very minimal. There is not going to be any impact on the neighbor's property on Starlight. We have no access on either of our projects entry on Starlight at all. With all due respect, Mr. Combs mentioned that he will be, alienated from his neighbors. Mr. Combs does not even live over there. What kind of alienation are we talking about here? It's just because the property is owned by you? Mr. Gary Hayes, he is to the south of us. Sir, just like I said, I've owned this property since 1999. And finally, I'm not trying to do here a convenience store. I'm not trying to do here a gas station. We are really creating a very low intense use on the subject property. Just for statistic purposes, I have 9 parcels on this subject development, including the memory care, that the next item that we'll talk about. There are only 2 neighbors that are impacted by this property. And we feel that we have done as much as we could to help them out in terms of creating the landscaping buffer and whatever the needs and requirements are. And in all honesty, they realize this, that if somebody pays my neighbors the price that they're asking for their property, they will sell this property tomorrow and leave. But my project should not be really slated because of these 2 neighbors that we have worked to do as much as we can. And, like they said, we don't want Starlight to be fully improved. We said we are fine with that. We are not going to have any entry on Starlight, so there is no traffic that's going to be generated that's going to come on Azure going to south on Starlight. And, the only traffic that will be coming on this project will be the relatives that are going to be visiting here, and they have the driveway entry on Tenaya. So I don't understand how will this impact this Starlight, their quality of life on Starlight.
Chairman, I'd just like to address some of the issues that the neighbors brought up. And all of these issues were brought up in the neighborhood meeting. And the way we designed it by addressing those issues. Mr. Hayes brought it up that where the trash is going to be. The trash is going to be here. His property is here. And when you see we have 2 parking lots, that subject was brought up, that where are your employees going to park? They didn't want all the parking on this side of the thing. So we accommodated that we will make another parking lot, which is in opposition to the planning staff. But we accommodated that for the neighbors, that look, we will create a separate parking lot for the employees. And that's where the trash pickup and deliveries are going to be, totally away from both the neighbors. Second item that was discussed was, Mr. Gary Hayes brought up that I'm okay with the project if you reduce the number of beds. And I said, even though if it affects my ROI, I'll work with you. So originally it was 96 beds, we brought it down to 84 beds. That's 12.5% decrease in the number of beds we have. That was the second issue that was brought up with them. The third issue was widen the setbacks. Back here on Starlight, 15-foot was given by the staff. We have 25 feet at the low end and 52 feet on the high end. This was discussed with Mr. Combs' wife, that she wanted intense landscaping in that area. We accommodated all of that. So every item that they're bringing up, we have, and then the last one was provide walls. I had Mr. Hayes visit my facility. I visited his house, and we looked at it from every direction, that this is your house. His concern was that if the residents will be able to look into his house. So I brought up a point that if it is a 6-foot wall, a person has to be over 6 feet to see into your backyard. My average patient, at least 50% of them are in a wheelchair. And they cannot see any higher than that. So, and second thing that was brought up is that, okay, our courtyard should not face either one of those properties. Mr. Clem Combs' house or his backyard, or Mr. Hayes' house or backyard. So we oriented all of our courtyards inwards now. That was another point that we obliged and said, okay, we are fine with that. So every one of these items that were brought up in the neighborhood meetings have been addressed. And the last item was the circulation of a fire truck. So when we were with the planning staff, they requested that we need to have a dedicated space for the trucks. So this is what, by design, with the help of the staff, we created this area for them to park in an emergency. Starlight, they wanted completely rural with no improvement whatsoever. We also accommodated that situation. So everything that was discussed, and you can verify with the staff notes in the neighborhood meeting, that what they wanted as a neighbor, as a good neighbor, we accommodated it. And on the last note, what I wanted to show them, that look, now this is just conceptual. Come and look what the real deal is. If you're not going to come and look at my residential place, how I can explain it to you and show it to you? Mr. Hayes came, and he loved it. It's just not in my backyard type of deal. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. The public hearing is closed, and we can discuss this now. I'm sorry, we've already given the neighbors their opportunity. Let me begin. I appreciate both the neighbors and the applicants. I know you've had at least one neighborhood meeting. The applicant has also worked closely with the Mayor Pro Tem's office on this. You're going to see my support on this project, and I know we're only talking about a portion of this so far. We're going to get to the other portion, and it should be much shorter because we've heard a lot of comments about it already. I think this is a visionary product. I really like what you've done with the residential look for this. I understand it's not residential, but it's going to have that residential feel. So I think that will be good for this neighborhood. I don't think you're going to see the typical traffic concerns that you would normally see because of the nature of these facilities. I think you've also done a good job of mitigating those traffic concerns by where you've placed the lots as well as the ingress and egress to those. You know, this one, I guess, hits close to home for me. I have a grandfather who has suffered from dementia. He's lived in a home in a, a typical neighborhood. And as his dementia has progressed, he has needed progressive forms of care to attend to his needs. And I love the idea of the pods. I know we're not there yet, but that's the second part of this application that we'll be considering in a minute. I love the idea of a patient being in one facility and moving to a familiar, pod of that facility as these diseases progress. These inside courtyards, I thought that was a great accommodation to protect the neighbors. It also kind of keeps your patients safe. You don't have to worry about them leaving those areas. So I really appreciate this. I agree with Grandpa Bullock that our community needs this. I appreciate the neighbors' concerns, but I tend to think that this is the right type of location. I understand it requires rezoning, but because of all the other things that I've talked about, I can see some compatibility here that will fit in a neighborhood setting. And, I think your prior work speaks for itself. I think anyone who has seen what you've done already will see that this is a quality project. So you'll see my support. I hope this will get approved so that we can do this. Commissioner Quinn.
Thank you. I too have gone through this, and I'm going through it right now with my mother. My father lived in a residential neighborhood in a very small group home for first dementia, then for 18 months full blown out Alzheimer's. I get it. My mother just moved from downstairs independent living to upstairs assisted living, and there's a memory care for her if that's needed. The relief that brings a family, you cannot put a price on. I do believe in neighbors and consideration of them. I find it really funny and sad that there's a little house sandwiched in there around that property. I don't get, how they're just in the middle of that property and then you go over. But I am curious if you could show me the map, please, one more time, of the building itself, this right here. So if I'm looking at it, which way is this way, Mr. Perigo? So if I'm looking at it to the west, here, sir, is there any room that you can put, like right here where my little fingers are, you probably can't see them, but where the houses are, if you can't plant just some magnificent trees in front of the wall that will grow to, on the east side, just to protect them, not from the people and not from the noise. Because the other thing I want to say is this: you start going to visit your dad, and you go back and you go back, and eventually you don't go anymore because they don't know who you are. And so the amount of traffic that people think are going to go in there is the amount of traffic that we would pray that people would go see their families. They stop. I get it. The traffic is not a concern. My concern is that we protect the neighbor to the east, correct? South, and that, I don't know about that little house sandwiched in there, but I would just like to see in front of your wall, like maybe a little bit of an easement where you can plant trees that grow higher than the wall, just to give them some more protection.
Commissioner Quinn, I understand exactly what you're saying.
Oh, good, because I don't know left from right.
This is our landscaping plan. And if you look at it, we have done exactly what the neighborhoods meetings requested us to do. And in addition, we'll be planting mature trees. So it's not that it's going to take 20 years to look like this.
Okay.
So the idea is to absolutely give them the protection that they wanted. And also, if you look at it, we have jogged this thing, so their home is very much far away from,
That's the dumpster?
the dumpster is on the south side.
Oh, okay.
On the west side.
So the dumpster backs up to the street where no one hears it?
Exactly.
And it's your opinion that the landscape will buffer the noise for Mr., I believe it's Holmes?
Yes.
Hayes, Mr. Gary Hayes. You know, I hear so much that we don't want these places in our neighborhood and we don't want them here. The best neighbor you can have is the quietest neighbor. And these people, all they do is sink, and people stop coming, and it begins to be a very quiet place, and I believe it remains a quiet place. So with that, I'm going to support your project tonight, too, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Commissioner Chair?
Through the chair, I have one quick question. I noticed the request to waive the off-sites. Will there be anything on Tenaya or Azure, and it's just waived on Starlight? Was that the intention?
Correct.
That's correct.
So there will be sidewalks on
Yeah.
on Tenaya and
Tenaya.
Azure? Thank you.
That's correct.
With that, Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Yeah,
There's
please
no
do.
further discussion. On item number 31, Abeyance GPA 64834, make a motion for approval.
Motion is to approve item 31. Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Item number 32, ZON 64833, I'll make a motion for approval.
Thank you. Motion is to approve item 32. Please vote. Motion carries.
Item number 33, VAR 66511, to make a motion for approval.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Item number 34, VAR 66512, make a motion for approval.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Item number 35, VAR 66974, I'll make a motion for approval.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Item number 36, WVR 66675, I'll make a motion for approval.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Item number 37, SUP 66509, I'll make a motion for approval.
Please vote. Motion carries.
And finally, item number 38, SDR 66510, I'll make a motion for approval.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 31 through 38 will be heard at the City Council meeting on November 16th, 2016.
Okay, we are now to related items 39 through 46. Beginning with item 39, GPA 64835, the applicant and owner is FF Series Holdings LLC and Elena V. Felosi Family Trust for possible action on a request for a general plan amendment from rural density residential to office on the west side of Starlight Drive, south of Azure Drive in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item 40 is ZON 64836 for possible action on a request for a rezoning from U, undeveloped, R, rural density residential general plan designation to O, office in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item 41 is VAR 66518 for possible action on a request for a variance of complete street standards to provide no off-site improvements along Starlight Drive for a proposed convalescent care facility nursing home in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item 42, VAR 66519 for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 10-foot residential adjacency setback where 69 feet is required for a proposed convalescent care facility / nursing home in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item 43, VAR 66973 for possible action on a request for a variance to allow 46% lot coverage where 30% is the maximum allowed in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item 44, WVR 66696 for possible action on a request for a waiver to allow no streetlights where such are required for a proposed convalescent care facility nursing home in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. 45, SUP 66520 for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed convalescent care facility / nursing home in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. And finally, item 46, SDR 66521 for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 65,738 square foot convalescent care facility / nursing home in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing a convalescent care facility nursing home similar to the previous items with multiple variances for residential adjacency, no off-site improvements along Starlight Drive, and for increased lot coverage. In addition, a waiver is required to eliminate streetlights along Starlight Drive. Staff does not support the requested variances and waivers as the applicant is proposing to overbuild the site and no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been prevented to substantiate the request. The requested general plan amendment and rezoning would allow commercial uses to encroach into the residential subdivision east of Tenaya Way. Staff is recommending denial of all applications. Please note that there are additional letters of protest since publication.
Okay, thank you. And gentlemen, since we've heard a lot about this already, I think we can keep this presentation brief, but I think it is important that you explain this part of the project and this pod idea for the planning commissioners.
Thank you, Chairman. Basically, as I said before, that the idea is not to disorient them and to create a cohesive transition. But most importantly, when we were working with the staff and we were working with the neighbors, we are cognizant that we are also the neighbors here. And what we were trying to do on these both sides, that when I reduced it by 12 units, the whole purpose of doing that is so I can give where their homes are right here, the adjacency requirements can be met. The other thing was that this area has to be so heavily landscaped that it looks like if you were driving on a Starlight, there's nothing there. So talking about 15 feet buffer, we're providing 52 feet average buffer on Starlight. Unprecedented in the area. Along with that, if you see, this is the backyard area of these homes, and you see there's nothing there. Our highest at the eaves is 11 feet, where this is. So top of the roof is 26, 27, and all you're looking at is 11 feet in front of your backyard, not where your house is. Your house has complete vision, if you look at it this way, that it is not blocking any visual that they're looking for. The other thing that was really important for us to do is that, you see, if you go to a memory care facilities, as you walk in, all the patients or all the residents are right there as you walk in. And some of them will ask you, are you here to pick me up? So we wanted to create a different product here, that we have a separate building that with the 6 years of experience I had, a lot of family members will come and then they are really upset that where are we going to take them, a mom or dad, for dinner or lunch in 110 degrees in summer. You have incontinent issues, you have medication management issues, you have transportation issues. So we are trying to create a product here in Vegas, which is more like Vegas-like, to give them a separate building that has a movie theater that seats 24 people. And this is, has multiple uses, because on the weekends, this can be used for church services for different denominations. We have a reception library, we have a private dining, restaurant, cafe. So whatever the families were looking for, we are providing them separate from the pods. So they can take them, have a nice meal, restaurant, and never worry about, okay, that if there's an incontinent issue, how are we going to take care of them? If they are feeling not well, how far do we have to travel to bring them back? You know, all these items literally have been looked at. So just to give you, if you can just for a second, this is the cafe, and this is the entrance to the pods. I'll show you how we are proposing for our lobby to look like. So it is really a modern building inside that shows that, look, we are really concerned about the family members, and we would like them to come and spend quality time with them, not worrying about how we're going to transport them and bring them back. Second thing is, this is a typical pod for you where you have 6 rooms on each side with the dining, kitchen, living. So this is really, if you look at these pictures, which is a depiction that this is how the rooms, the dining area, the living area is going to look like. There is nothing commercial about this, that, you know, your lobby is what you got. So literally, we have addressed to the greatest extent we can that, you know, with 6 years of experience, a lot of back and forth with the architects, I think this is the product that would serve this neighborhood pretty well. And the second thing is that, you know, none of these people drive. So there's not much parking issue. Second, we encourage families to come and visit them, you know, because that's what is missing from their lives. So at my memory care right now, 30% of the families live out of state. They come probably once a quarter. So they're entrusting us with their care. So the reason we did it this way, so, you know, they can come and visit and in a home-like setting, and they're completely entrusting us that, look, you're giving a care that we could give them in a home-like setting.
And if I may, Chairman and Commissioners, the entry to the project, again, is on Tenaya only. There is no impact, or there is no entry other than maybe a fire need that can take place from Starlight. So there is really no traffic issues that will be concerned by the neighbors, and really it's just like we said, we, I think, shared a lot of the similar information on the earlier item, and I'll be more than glad to answer any questions that commissioners may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Items 39 through 46 are noticed for public hearing. This is a time for any members of the public who wish to speak for or against this item. If there are any, please come forward, state your name and address. Seeing none, I'll close the public comment and see if there's any discussion on the Planning Commission.
Just one comment. I didn't have this big of an issue with the last item, but this one, considering that it's not on a corner and we're going from office to RE, back to office, back to RE, I just don't feel that's appropriate, and I think that, you know, it is overbuilding on this site, so that's just my 2 cents, and I'll let somebody else make the motion.
Back to you, Commissioner Cherry.
Through the chair, a question on item 44, no lights on, will there be lights on Tenaya?
Yes, sir. The lights are already there on Tenaya.
Oh, they're on, okay,
Yeah.
thank you, because that was a concern. So it's just on Starlight that we're...
Yeah, the neighbor didn't want any light on Starlight. They wanted to keep it rural.
Understood, thank you. Through the chair, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Yeah, please.
Item 39, GPA 64835, I'll make a motion for approval.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Item 40, ZON 64836, I'll make a motion for approval.
Thank you. Please vote. Motion carries.
Item 41, VAR 66518, I'll make a motion for approval.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Item 42, VAR 66519, I'll make a motion for approval.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Item 43, VAR 66973, I'll make a motion for approval.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Item 44, WVR 66696, I'll make a motion for approval.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Item 45, SUP 66520, I'll make a motion for approval.
Please cast your votes. Motion carries.
And finally, item 46, SDR 66521, I'll make a motion for approval.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chair, with regard to item 39, that's GPA, so we require a supermajority. Since only 4 of you voted in the affirmative, that will go on to City Council as a denial.
Okay, thank you. With no recommendation? Or is it denial?
A denial.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that.
Mr. Chairman, items 39 through 46 will be heard at City Council on November 16th, 2016.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Okay, we've been going for 2 hours and almost 20 minutes, so this is a good time for a break. We'll be in recess for a short period. Okay, this meeting is called back to order. We are starting up with related items 47 and 48. 47 is GPA 64853. The applicant owner is Double Double LLC for possible action on a request for a general plan amendment from DR, Desert Rural Density Residential, to L, Low Density Residential, on the south side of Centennial Parkway, west of Fort Apache Road in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. And item 48, ZON 64854, for possible action on a request for a rezoning from RE Residence Estates to R1 Single Family Residential in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant has requested to amend the general plan land use designation from DR Desert Rural Density Residential to L Low Density Residential, and the zoning on the subject property from RE Residence Estates to R1 Single Family Residential. No tentative map has been submitted with this project at this time. The low density residential land use and corresponding R1 Single Family Residential zoning district are appropriate buffering designations between the existing assisted living facility to the east, undeveloped public facility to the parcel to the north, and undeveloped Clark County residential properties to the west and south of the proposed site. Staff recommends approval of these requests as the proposed changes are appropriate and are compatible with adjacent land uses. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairperson. Randy Black, Jr., 10789 West Twain, Las Vegas, 89134. This item is before you after being held for 2 meetings so that we may follow up with a couple of more neighborhood meetings. We've now had 4 neighborhood meetings to address this. While you can never make anyone happy, we feel like we've come up with a pretty good plan. I'll show you what the original site plan looked like, even though there's not one submitted with this. It was for discussion purposes. And then after meeting with the neighbors, what we feel like is an accommodation that establishes a buffer for the RNP to the south and allows the R1 zoning as a low-density residential designation to proceed on this parcel. So the first layout had access to Regina Avenue and had a minimum lot size of about 8,000 square feet per lot. Nobody could support this from the neighborhood, so we just didn't even try. Where we ended up with after, this is jumping through about 10 iterations to where it ended up, we felt like, based on feedback from the neighbors who didn't want to just access Centennial and have a block wall across Regina, so that as they drove down Regina in the RNP, all they saw was a continuous wall along there that wasn't really a buffer. It ended up with a solution that was akin to the properties west. That's an old zoning that Lamar is building, and I'll pull the map on it, where we had bigger third acre. These are actually 15,000 square foot lot minimums that front Regina. We changed the access to go to Centennial, kept this cul-de-sac in here that would access all of the ingress and egress to Centennial, and then buffer the RNP with the larger minimum lot size on the back. That was the result of the neighborhood meetings. We feel like this is a good precedent. It gives us the densities that we think will support a reasonable development given the proximity to the double section line corner at Fort Apache and Centennial, as well as abutting the convalescent care facility of 120 beds. So with that, I'll leave it open to questions in regards to this final design that we've come up with.
Okay. Items 47 and 48 have been properly noticed for public hearing. If anyone's here to be heard, either for or against either of these items, please come forward.
My name is Mike Rivney, 10325 West Regina Avenue, Las Vegas, 89149. Negotiating means that we have a leader, and I'm going to read her statement here. I speak on behalf of many members of the Lone Mountain Preservation Neighborhood in asking you to deny this request before you by double for a general plan amendment and non-conforming zone change within the Lone Mountain Rural Preservation Land Use Plan area. I'd like to point out a few key points. You recently allowed a zone change for a similar type of lot at the northwest corner of Elkhorn Drive and Grand Canyon at your last planning commission meeting. While the zone change was allowed to move forward as R1 zoning from RE zoning, the developer actually agreed as a reasonable compromise with the surrounding residents to hold the number of homes to 12 homes instead of the original 17 homes. I don't see any number of homes on this plan right here. Therefore, it is physically possible to allow 12 homes rather than the number that is requested from the current developer. Number two, the current property in question for this GPA and zone change along the southern frontage of Centennial Parkway had already been divided into two separate allowable densities to accommodate what was considered a compromised buffer zone along Centennial Parkway. Notably, it was road density on the north half and RE with an R&P on the southern half. Allowing a further increase in density will be a non-conforming zone change and will negatively impact the vacant parcel to the west. Let's think about these vacant parcels that will come along later when it becomes available for development in accordance with its current and allowable zoning. Number three, the current applicant for this GPA and zone change purchased the property after the housing facility, the Marquis Skilled Nursing Facility, was already constructed and operational. This facility is an allowable use with an RMP and does not affect the residential density of the property, as these are not permanent residents with cars, increased traffic, noise, nuisance, etc. Therefore, to use the excuse that he cannot build what is allowable next to this facility is akin to manufacturing his own hardship in order to maximize his return on his investment. As a neighborhood, we are keenly aware of the GPAs and zone changes that are increasingly affecting the density of the Lone Mountain RMP. Some of these are non-conforming zone changes, and if allowed to proceed, they simply erode what trust the current residents have that development will occur according to any jurisdictional master plan that was developed using taxpayer dollars to pay hardworking public servants. And lastly, I don't think planning has comprehensively looked at this whole area. On the southern side, there are no other housing areas that are at this proposed density, and that would set a precedent. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Mr. Black, I'll give you a few minutes for a response.
Sure. Not sure how old the Lone Mountain Master Plan is, but I'm pretty certain that it was established before the 215 Montecito Grand Montecito Parkway Town Center, all the other developments that are in that neighborhood that have come online. So we respect that there is a need and a place for these RMPs. We're trying to establish a type of a buffer zone that makes some sense along these major traffic arteries near double section line corners with uses that are much more intense than an RE type of a use, which is our neighboring 120-bed facility. The gentleman made a statement that there is no other zoning of this nature south of Centennial. If you will refer to this aerial, this is almost exactly what we're talking about, but this is zoned R1. It was in the county. It's an RMP piece. This goes back to Chip Maxfield and a zoning that he tied to a tentative map on this. We didn't invent the 30-acre lot minimum size that we are agreeing to add as a condition of the southern boundary on Regina frontage. That is actually derived from exactly what is in this existing neighborhood that's being built now. We feel like it makes a lot of sense for this very difficult problem of what do you do with corners like Gowan and Durango that we just saw a few minutes ago. That commercial doesn't make any sense, professional may not make any sense, but if it's a residential use and you can establish a buffer zone that transitions into these RE areas, which we think 15,000 square foot minimum lots fronting Regina does, and that came with a fair amount of the neighbors that attended at least one of the 4 meetings that we have had for the last 6 months on this. That seemed to be a good middle ground. That was a precedent. They weren't worried if it was establishing a precedent that made a lot of sense for a buffer and a transition zone on parcels that are very limited. There's not a bunch of these that are adjoining convalescent care 120-bed facilities 330 feet off a double section line corner. So we feel like it's a great plan that makes a lot of sense for the neighborhood and the neighbors and the owner. With that, we would respectfully request your approval, subject to any questions, and we concur with staff's approvals.
Okay, thank you. The public hearing is closed, and I'll open this for discussion on the Planning Commission. I'll just begin by stating that I happen to agree with staff's recommendation on this. I think the changes do conform to the surrounding residential areas, so you'll see my support on this. Commissioner
Mr.
Flanagan?
Chairman, seeing no further discussion, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, item number 47, which is GPA 64853, move to approve subject to staff's conditions. And
Thank you. Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, on the related item number 48, which is ZON 64854, move to approve subject to staff's conditions.
Please vote. Motion also carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 47 and 48 will be
Thank
heard
you
at
very
City Council on November 16, 2016.
Thank you.
Okay, we are now to related items 49 through 53. Item 49 is GPA 66455. The applicant is Summit Homes of Nevada, LLC, and the owner is Roaring Fork Management, LLC. For possible action on a request for a general plan amendment from R, Rural Density Residential, to L, Low Density Residential, at the northwest corner of Centennial Parkway and Alpine Ridge Way in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item 50 is ZON 66456 for possible action on a request for a rezoning from U, undeveloped, R, Rural Density Residential General Plan Designation, to RSL, Residential Small Lot in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item 51 is VAR 66457 for possible action on a request for variance to allow a connectivity ratio of 1.0 where 1.3 is required in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item 52, WVR 66636 for possible action on a request for a waiver to allow a 182-foot external intersection offset where 220 feet is the minimum separation required for a proposed single-family residential subdivision in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. And item 53, TMP 66459 for possible action on a request for a tentative map for a 23-lot single-family residential subdivision in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the subject site is an infill parcel constrained by the location of the Clark County 215 right-of-way, a wireless communications facility to the west, and a potential school site or expansion of an existing school to the east. A higher density is compatible with the area given these constraints. The proposed low-density residential general plan designation is compatible with the designations on adjacent parcels. The site's irregular shape creates a hardship in meeting the Title 19 connectivity ratio requirement. In addition, traffic is not expected to significantly increase at this intersection so as to create conflicts. Therefore, staff is recommending approval of all requests subject to conditions. And note that there were additional protests received after publication.
Thank you.
Thank
Good morning.
you. Good morning. Robert Cunningham, 6030 South Jones Boulevard with Tanny Engineering, representing the applicant Summit Homes. First, I'd like to point out where the site's located. I think that helps a lot with why we're requesting what we are. The site is bounded on the north by the future 215 Depressed Beltway. The school district has this property as part of the campus that for Centennial High School and has no current plans to expand Centennial, but has plans to hold on to the property for their future needs. This triangular piece over here property has, I believe, 2 or 3 cell towers shaped like palm trees that stick up in the air about 50 to 60 feet tall. And we're located on Centennial, just off of Centennial, which is, my understanding, currently in the works of being pushed through or put through for traffic to go from Schaumburg over and down Centennial to access the Beltway with the Beltway construction that's going to start or in works right now. So with the property being located there, we believe this is a good location for this general plan one of the things I'd like to also point out on here is that as the RE and half-acre lots gets closer to Centennial, there's already transitions in these neighborhoods where they went from half-acre lots to 10,000 square foot lots down to 9,000 square foot lots. Those lot sizes include the street and landscape area. If you take those areas out of them, they're actually about 6,000 to 7,000 square foot lots along Centennial. What we're proposing in our development is somewhere between 5,000 and 8,000 square foot lots. I'm going to go to the site plan now and show you guys this. So our site plan here has access taken off of Alpine. We're lining up Alpine Ridge and coming off of it with 2 cul-de-sacs. We believe that this 22-lot subdivision will be compatible with all the adjacent things in the area. I want to let you know that we did have a neighborhood meeting on this. 12 people attended the meeting. We emailed them out the modified site plan that we made after the meeting. We made a couple changes to the initial site plan that we started with. It had 23 lots, so we dropped 1 lot. We also heard the neighbors did not want street lights out there. It was brought up in the meeting, so we have subsequently requested a waiver of the street lights in the community, but it's not being heard at this meeting. It'll be heard in approximately a month from now. We're fine with that, with this project moving forward, and then having that waiver be heard later. The street lights, though, we are still leaving them on Centennial. We believe that is a safety concern in the area, and would leave those as well. I believe there's already some existing street light, or there's one at least over here. One other thing that we want to add as a condition, or are happy to add as a condition, the developer of this is willing to have the homeowners association maintain every front yard of the entire community for the duration of the project as part of their monthly HOA fees, meaning that all of the homes that are located in this community, as well as the open space amenity that we have up here, would be maintained by one agency or one landscape company, so that there was no detrimental impact to the landscaping, or someone moved out and left their water off. It would still be maintained. We think that provides an added value to this area. With that, we would respectfully request your approval of it and be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Items 49 through 53 have been properly noticed for public hearing. This is the time to come forward, state your name and address if you wish to be heard on any of these items.
Mike Rivney, 10325 West Virginia Avenue. Okay, number one, I want to retain the current zoning and planning. It does not conform to the surrounding density, which is lower. So this is an increase in density. That's what's going to happen here. It's close to a school, and there is Alpine Ridge, which is a very busy street. So the idea about traffic's not going to be affected, it will be. I live nearby, 150 feet away, off of Michelli. In the morning, I can't go that way to work. I have to go south on Michelli Crest and go to Ann Road. I can't pick up the highway. So this is going to affect the area because with this higher density. Also, the intersection offset, that waiver, why is that? Because they're putting so many more homes in here. You're going to allow them to do that? That intersection offset definitely should not be given because they're packing the homes in there. It's the higher density that was affecting this here. And that's what I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Brief response from the applicant.
Sure, I can go over the intersection offset. What we're requesting is the intersection to be offset this street here from this street here. Code requires, I believe, 220 feet. We're asking for 182 feet. We believe that that's appropriate considering there's only a few homes in here, approximately 10 homes that would access this, so that doesn't appear to be creating a conflict. And we believe staff recommended approval of that. As far as our project creating additional traffic on Centennial, yes, it will. But I believe once Centennial crosses the 215 Beltway, there'll be a significant increase in traffic down Centennial without our project, one way or another. Again, we stand ready to hopefully have you guys approve this today and look forward to moving forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll close the public comment and we can discuss this as a planning commission. I I'm in support of this project, and my vote will be to follow staff's recommendation. I appreciate Mr. Rimme's comments about the lower density, but this is a unique parcel. First, it's irregularly shaped. It's an infill parcel. We've got a cell tower on one side. We've got, a potential school site on the other, and we've got the 215 running right by it. So I'm not a huge fan of RSL. In fact, this is the second time since I've been on the Planning Commission that I think we've considered an RSL property. But under this situation, I think it makes it compatible, and the constraints just don't make it ripe for the lower densities that we see around it. So you'll see my support.
Chairman, I concur with everything that you said, and if there's no other comments, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion.
Okay. Commissioner Flangus, you had your light on. I just want to make sure you didn't want to be heard. Okay.
Item number 49, GPA 66455, would move to approve, subject to staff's conditions.
Please vote. Motion carries.
And on item number 50, ZON 66456, I would move to approve, subject to staff's conditions.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Sorry, Chairman. Item number 51, VAR 66457, I'd move to approve, subject to staff's conditions.
Please vote. Motion carries.
And item number 52, waiver 66636, I'd move to approve, subject to staff's conditions.
Please vote. Motion carries.
On item number 53, TMP 66459, I'd move to approve, subject to staff's conditions.
Please vote. Commissioner Flangus, have you voted? Thank you. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 49 through 53 will be heard at City Council on November 16th, 2016.
Very good. All right, moving on to related items 58 through 64. I need to abstain on these items inasmuch as D.R. Horton is a client of the law firm that I work for, and therefore I'll turn this over to the Vice Chair.
Thank you. Item number 58, GPA 66467, applicant D.R. Horton, Incorporated, owner Bernard and Estelle Kahn et al. For possible action on a request for general plan amendment from RNP to R, rural density residential, at the northwest corner of El Campo Grande Avenue and Alpine Ridge Way, Ward 6, Ross. Staff recommends approval. Item 59, ZON 66468, for possible action on a request for a rezoning from RE Residential Estates to RD Single Family Residential Restricted, Ward 6, Ross. Staff recommends approval. Item number 60, VAR 66469, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a connectivity ratio of 1, where 1.3 is required, and to allow no amenity zone where such is required for proposed residential subdivision. Ward 6, staff recommends denial. Item number 61, WVR 66470, for possible action on a request for a waiver to allow no interior streetlights where such are required for proposed residential subdivision. Ward 6, staff recommends denial. Item 62, waiver 66471, for possible action on a request for a waiver to allow private streets to not be developed to public street standards behind a gate. Ward 6, staff recommends denial. Item 63, VAC 66473, for possible action on a request for petition to vacate U.S. government patent easements on a property located on the northwest corner of El Campo Grande Avenue and Alpine Ridge Way, Ward 6, Ross. Staff recommends approval. And finally, item number 64, TNP 66472, for possible action on a request for a tentative map for 29-lot, single-family residential subdivision, Ward 6, Ross. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. The subject site is not located within the rural preservation overlay, and the allowable densities and lot sizes associated with the proposed GPA and rezoning are generally consistent with development in the immediate area. Staff recommends approval of these requests. A vacation has been requested to vacate U.S. government patent easements generally located on the north side of El Campo Grande Avenue, west of Ridge Way. Staff recommends approval of this request. Waivers of Title 19.02 and 19.04 have been requested to allow no interior streetlights where such is required, and to allow private streets within a gated community to not be developed to public street standards. As the applicant has not provided substantial evidence to warrant these requested waivers, staff recommends denial of this request. The applicant has requested a variance of Title 1904 complete street standards to allow a connectivity ratio of 1.0 or 1.3 is required, and to allow no amenity zone along El Campo Grande and Alpine Ridge Way where 5 feet is required. The applicant has created a self-imposed hardship by designing an interior street network that does not meet the 1.3 connectivity ratio or street amenity zone requirements. Staff recommends denial of these requests. While the proposed 29-lot tentative map meets all NRS requirements, staff recommends denial of the request as we cannot support the associated Title 19 waiver and variance request. Please note that additional letters of protest have been received after the publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Good day.
Good evening, Commissioners, or actually good afternoon. Hopefully we don't get into the evening. For the record, my name is Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. In this matter, I'm representing D.R. Horton. If I could get your attention to the overhead, I could orient you to the property. The first thing that I want to show you on the overhead is, if we could zoom in a little bit, is the area that I have highlighted in yellow. This is not the application that's before you today, but the first thing I want to do is jog your memory about within the last year, and actually in the beginning of the year, I was in here representing D.R. Horton on the property located here. As you may recall, there was what we call the demarcation line on Alpine Ridge, where you'd have RD development zoning on the west side of Alpine Ridge and on the east side of Alpine Ridge. Although at the time we could not do an RE zoning, we did RD zoning, but we did the minimum 20,000 square foot lots on the east side of Alpine Ridge. And as we made note on record at the City Council meeting, when we come in and record the final maps on the property here, we're going to come back in and rezone this area for RE in this area. The reason why I show that to you is because the application that's before you today is the 10 acres of property which is located right here. And this 10-acre application, the same waivers and variances that we are asking for approval today are the same ones that you see that have been approved for the RD development just to the north of us. And the reason and rationale for the waivers and the variance is, number one, as you may recall, the neighbors out in this area do not like street lights. We're not doing any street lights interior to the site, which is the same thing that we did to the north of the development that's already been approved. The same type of streetscapes that have already been approved for this project, which match the existing projects up to the north in this area, is no different than what we're asking for approval here. Staff did recommend approval for the general plan amendment and for the zone change also, which would allow us to come in with the 29 homes within the subdivision here, which is well below the RD zoning threshold levels for development here. So this is essentially an added extension for a D.R. Horton project that has already been approved for 10 acres for RD zoning here, which to the south here is the RD zoning also, which again we believe is compatible since this along here is adjacent to the property here is adjacent to the Beltway. I think this is a good transition for a product such as what D.R. Horton is proposing. With that said, the vacation itself, staff is recommending approval for the vacation. As you can see here on the exhibit that I'm showing you, these are U.S. government patent easements that are being recommended approval for the vacation of the application itself. So that being said, we'd ask you to approve the application as submitted, and we did have a neighborhood meeting. Ironically, nobody showed up at this neighborhood meeting. We're used to having a lot of input from the neighbors in the Northwest, but we did have one as required by code, and no one showed up to the neighborhood meeting.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward, state your name and address for the record.
Mike Rivney, 10325 West Regina Avenue. I was not notified, and I have a neighbor also too that we were not notified. So, you know, the way that you're mailing out this, the planners are, I don't know what they're doing, but we didn't get notified about this, okay? I am for 61, 62, and 63. The street lights, the sidewalks, and I guess the zoning there. That's what I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I suppose you don't need to comment.
I don't need to comment when somebody says they're in support of something,
Okay.
so I'm okay.
Thank you. I will close the public hearing and turn this over to the Planning Commission for discussion and possible action.
Mr. Vice Chair, if there's no other discussion, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Please do.
Starting with item number 58, which is GPA 66467, move to approve, subject to staff's conditions.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Item number 59, which is ZON 64468, move to approve, subject to staff's conditions.
Motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Vice Chair.
And I just wanted to note that that was a yes vote for me, not an abstention. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Vice Chair, on item number 60, VAR 66469, move to approve, subject to staff's conditions.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Vice Chair, on item number 61, which is WVR 66470, move to approve, subject to staff's conditions.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Vice Chair, on item number 62, which is WVR 66471, move to approve, subject to staff's conditions.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Vice Chair, on item number 63, which is VAC 66473, move to approve, subject to staff's conditions.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Vice Chair, on the final related item, number 64, which is TMP 66472, move to approve, subject to staff's conditions.
Motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries, noting the abstention from Chairman Moody on the related items.
Mr. Vice Chair, items 58 through 64 will be heard at City Council meeting on November 16th, 2016.
Thank you, Vice Chair, for handling those. We are now to related items 69 through 79, and I'm going to take these in, well, I'm going to read them all in. Yeah, let's do 69 through 72. We'll take them in two parts. Item 69 is VAR 66352. The applicant owner is KB Homes Nevada Incorporated. For possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 5-foot side yard setback where 20 feet is required and a 10-foot building separation where 15 feet is required on Lot 2 of a 157-lot residential subdivision at the southeast corner of Egan Crest Drive and Grand Teton Drive in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item 70 is VAR 66353. This is the same request with respect to Lot 3, however. Also in Ward 6, staff recommends denial. Item 71, VAR 66354, same request, but Lot 4 in Ward 6, staff recommends denial. Item 72, VAR 66355, same request, but on Lot 5. Also in Ward 6, staff recommends denial. Can we please have the staff report?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 4 variances from the Cliffs Edge medium residential development standards are being requested to allow a 5-foot side yard setback and a 10-foot building separation where 20 feet and 15 respectively are the minimum required. The variances have been requested to allow for the construction of model homes on lots 2, 3, 4, and 5 of a previously approved 158-lot residential subdivision. The applicant has created a self-imposed hardship by proposing an accelerated timeline for the construction of the model homes, as well as attempting to build a single-family product on a multifamily designated parcel. Staff recommends denial of the request. Please note that additional letters of protest have been received after the publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. In this matter, I'm representing KB Home. The first thing I'd like to do is get your attention to the overhead again here so I can show you the aerial. This piece of property, this is actually the last piece of property that's to be developed here in the Providence Master Plan Community, the Master Plan Community that is. This is the property located here. As a matter of fact, many years ago, I started rezoning this piece of property for KB Homes. That they came in with a triplex development here, which was more of a attached multifamily type of development, more of a higher density development. And that's why the medium density planning is on the master plan here for the development of the property. Since the recession, times have changed. KB has come back within the last year. I stood before you requesting, instead of coming in with the triplex development, if you take a look, you can see some of the grading that actually started out here for the triplex development. I came before you within the last year here requesting for single family development, which is, you can see here on the overhead, is the single family development that was approved by both you and the City Council with respect to the development that you see here. We did make some changes. If you may recall, we ended up adding making sure that this was a gated community, added some open space in this area for the project itself, and it got approved. Going through the development process itself, it was determined that since you have the medium master plan overlay on here, the medium designation, that the building separation is required for 2 stories to be 20 feet between buildings. If we were to come forward with the application that you see here with all these lots, that would necessitate a variance to be 158 variances for the 158 lots, which would come out to about $125,000 just to pay for application fees. So sitting down with your staff, we've tried to figure out what can we do here to make this a win-win situation. So even though this is not a part of the application of what I'm talking about right now, but item number 73 is a major mod, which would allow us to go to a residential small lot where we'd be able to have the separation between buildings to be at 10 feet. We tried to go to medium-low density with respect for this piece of property, but since the approval of the triplexes, KB Home actually dedicated property for Egan Crest Drive and Grand Teton Drive there, and so when they lost that dedication, they could no longer count it for the residential development. So I think our density is about 8.67 units an acre, which exceeds the medium-low density. So we'd go to the category of a residential small lot. That being said, the 4 variances that you see here for these lots are 2, 3, 4, 5. These are essentially our model lots. What we're looking to do is build 2 or 3 of the homes here and create a parking lot on the other one as we move forward for the major modification for the rest of the remaining lots that need to go through for the side yard setbacks. With that stated, what we want to do is get a head start on the development here prior to Thanksgiving, going into the holidays for the model homes to be up. By the time the major mod gets to the city council for approval in mid-November, we'll be very much along the way there for the construction of the model homes itself. So by the time in mid-November, into November, when this is final action, this whole property will be residential small lot, and the variances that have been approved won't matter any longer, just to say in jest with respect to what we're actually trying to accomplish, because they're going to be 5-foot side yard setbacks to the property line. So we do believe we do have a unique and unusual hardship here based on the story that I explained to you. And then what I'd like to do, because I'm going to just incorporate this whole presentation into the next one, is just pick out the other applications here, which will be in the future, that we'll be talking about from 74 to 79. These are side yard setbacks on the perimeter where they're supposed to be 10 feet. We're asking for 5, which is actually no different than other developments within Providence. And actually, there's a development just to the south of us that had a similar situation with the 5-foot side yards where 10 is required. So we'd ask you in this area here to approve those also. So when it comes up for the discussion of that, I just want to incorporate all my comments there so I don't have to bore you for another 20 minutes. So that being said, I'd ask you to approve the applications that are before you for the variances based on the presentation.
Okay, items 69 through 72 have been properly noticed for public hearing. If anyone wishes to be heard on any of these items, please come forward, state your name and address. Seeing none, I'll close the public comment, and I don't know if there's much discussion on the Planning Commission. I don't have a problem with the variances. I see why you're requesting them, and you'll see my support on this, on both projects.
Mr. Chairman, seeing that there's no further discussion, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, item 69, which is VAR 66352, move to approve, subject to staff's conditions.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item 70, which is VAR 66353, move to approve, subject to staff's conditions.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item number 71, which is VAR 66354, move to approve, subject to staff's conditions.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, lastly, item number 72, which is VAR 66355, move to approve, subject to staff's conditions.
Please cast your votes. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 69 through 72 are final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Items 73 through 79 are related. Item 73 is MOD 66199 for possible action on a request for a major modification of the Cliffs Edge land use plan from M, medium density residential, to RSL, residential small lot, mini lot conventional, Cliffs Edge land use designation in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. 74, VAR 66346 for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 5-foot parcel property line setback where 10 feet is required on lot 21 of a 157-lot residential subdivision in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. 75, VAR 66347. This is the same request with respect to lot 22 in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item 76, VAR 66348, same request with respect to lot 45 in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item 77, VAR 66349, same request, but with respect to lot 46 in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item 78, VAR 66350, same request, but respecting lot 71 in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. And item 79, VAR 66351, same request with respect to lot 72, also in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant is requesting to modify the Cliffs Edge land use designation from medium residential density to residential small lot, mini lot conventional for a previously approved 158 lot single-family residential subdivision. The proposed modification allows for a single-family residential product and reduces the allowable density from 25 to 15 units per acre. The allowable densities and lot sizes associated with the proposed major modification are consistent with the development in the immediate area, and staff recommends approval of the request. The residential small lot mini conventional development standards require a 10-foot side yard setback for lots located along parcel property lines, which are lot lines along the perimeter of the development. The applicant has requested variances to allow a 5-foot setback where 10 feet is required for 6 lots along the south property line. The applicant has created a self-imposed hardship by overbuilding the site and not designing a residential development that can meet the intent of the residential small lot, mini lot conventional designation. Staff recommends denial of all 6 variance requests. Please note that additional letters of protest have been received after the publication. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Gronauer, you're up again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, again, for the record, Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I'm here representing KB Home in this matter. What I'd like to do is incorporate my previous comments from the previous matters that were just approved with respect to the major mod and the variances, why we're requesting those variances. And I could answer any other questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you. These items are now open for public comment. If anyone wishes to be heard, please come forward. I don't see any. I'll close the public comment. I'll also incorporate my previous comments into these. You'll see my support on these.
And Mr. Chairman, seeing that there's no further discussion, I'm ready to make motions.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, beginning with item number 73, which is MOD 66199, move to approve subject to staff's conditions.
Please cast your votes. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, on item number 74, which is VAR 66346, move to approve, subject to staff's conditions.
Cast your votes. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, on item number 75, which is VAR 66347, move to approve, subject to staff's conditions.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item number 76, which is VAR 66348, move to approve, subject to staff's conditions.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item number 77, which is VAR 66349, move to approve, subject to staff's conditions.
Motion is to approve item 77. Please cast your votes. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item number 78, which is VAR 66350, move to approve, subject to staff's conditions.
Please vote. Motion carries.
And Mr. Chairman, on the final related item, number 79, which is VAR 66351, move to approve, subject to staff's conditions.
Please cast your votes. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 73 through 79 will be heard at City Council on November 16th.
Thank you. Have a good
Thank you. All right, moving right along, we're to item 85, VAR 66063. The applicant is Tobin Motor Cars. The owner is Cardin Lindell North LLC for possible action on a request for variance to allow a proposed 55-foot tall freestanding sign where 40 feet is the maximum height allowed at 5550 West Sahara Avenue in Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Could we please have staff's report?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A variance was previously approved in 2005 for a 55-foot tall freestanding sign located at the southeast corner of the site. The future plans for the dealership include a new 10,304 square foot building that necessitates the removal of the existing freestanding sign permitted under the previous variance. Because the previous variance approval was location-specific, a new variance is required in order to allow for the relocation and construction of a new 55-foot tall sign. While the sign meets all other C2 freestanding sign locational and dimensional standards, the applicant has created a self-imposed hardship by proposing the relocation of a previously approved 55-foot sign and proposing a sign that exceeds the maximum height for the zoning district. Staff recommends denial of the request. Please note that additional letters of protest have been received after the publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Frank Steiner, 648 East Gate, Henderson, President of Nevada Sign. What we were requesting was virtually taking the existing sign, moving it just about roughly 100 foot straight west. Came to my attention here at this hearing today that there is a gentleman here that would request additional time. I guess he's in the process of selling the property, correct? And he's here with his concern. I am prepared with the gentleman from Tobin Motor Cars to delay this for 30 days, if that'll give him ample time to resolve those issues and answer his questions since it was so late in the hearing.
Yeah, one other alternative for you is to work with him between now and City Council, since this item will go forward to City Council. So I'll give you the option one way or the other.
Stay right here, please. If there is no other opposition outside of this gentleman, I believe we could make that happen.
Okay. So with that, let me hear from this gentleman with respect to your idea about the abeyance, first of all. And I'll open this for public comment. Please come forward and state your name and address.
Tom Mallow, 5600 West Sahara. My family owns the property west, just adjacent to Tobin property, and we're currently in escrow. I just received yesterday drawings and renderings, and not opposing the increase at all at this point, but just want time to make sure that this won't be an issue, which I'm presuming will not, but I don't know at this point. So asking for a 30-day extension requested.
Okay. So let me kind of restate what I said a minute ago. One of the things we're trying to do is decrease the number of abeyances that are happening. We seem to have a lot of them. One option is to vote on this today, allow you to go forward to City Council. If you still have any issues at that time, you could ask for an abeyance at that time. So again, it's an option for you. Maybe Commissioner Quinn has some feelings about how we go on this.
Well, it's my opinion that the councilwoman wants to see this item anyway. So I think that instead of prolonging not only our time, your time, you can have us vote now and then have time to discuss it before council and then let the councilwoman make the final decision at that time. So in other words, if we vote now, you have another 30 days or whatever, and if we don't know now. But if we vote now, then in 2 weeks you're at council, and it kind of pushes it along for all of you and gives you enough time to work it out.
It'd actually be 4 weeks.
4 weeks, I'm sorry.
So you're saying vote for it now, wait for it to go to council in 4 weeks, and if at that point in time we have concern, we're addressing it directly with Tobin or addressing it at council? I guess, I don't know excuse my ignorance, I don't know how this generally
No, it's a really good question. You would address those concerns at City Council. You could work with Tobin between now and City Council. If you can't work it out, you could ask City Council for an abeyance at that time, if you both agree to that.
Okay.
Okay? So let's go back to the applicant, and let's hear your presentation. Then I'll
Excuse
hear.
me, through you, Mr. Chairman, are you sure you're okay with that, sir? Because you don't
Okay,
seem like you are.
I guess I'm not clear as to what the concerns
Yeah,
actually are.
could you come
by
back
the
up?
other
'Cause
property owner?
I don't think you
Chairman?
quite, don't feel embarrassed to say that you don't want
Well,
this to
well,
happen.
hang on. So what I
So-
did, the applicant came up and really, rather than telling us about the project, said that there was some concerns, so we started talking about in advance. I think we've moved past that. So I want to go back to the applicant, hear from the applicant, hear your presentation, then I'll open it for public hearing so this gentleman can state his concerns.
Okay.
Okay, I get it.
I guess I'm not sure, is the abeyance still on the,
No.
that's still a question?
Not for us.
Okay.
If I can back up here then, what we're proposing, moving this roughly 100 foot west due to a proposed building extension moving out towards the street, without the added height, or not the added height, keeping that same height, any traffic flowing westward would be impossible to recognize the property unless they knew exactly what they were looking for. By the sign maintaining the 55-foot height, which it presently is, it would not only be Tobin Motor Cars recognized above the building as you're traveling westward, which most of the traffic comes from for their business. It'd also be beneficial to this gentleman, the neighbor, because it would raise the signage up there where he would have, as they pass the building, it give him better clearance for seeing his property, which he's concerned about.
So let me just say that there's a proposed new building being built on the property. That's why the removal.
I need your name and address first.
Oh, I'm sorry. Brandy Palchetti, 648 East Side, East Gate. Yeah, sorry, East Gate, Henderson, 89011. So there's a new proposed building that they're adding to their facility for upscale cars, right? So this new building on the corner of Lindell and Sahara is directly where the already approved sign is. They're literally picking it up, moving it 100 feet. I already have a 40-foot permit, which is for the sign if we need to chop it down. I already have acquired a 40-foot permit for that location. So if we go ahead with that and we are not granted the 50 feet standing here, his building is almost going to be completely blocked. At least with the 55 foot, it gives a greater distance, and there's a 24 and a half feet opening where his building will be viewed. Does that make sense? So right now, it's blocking it. If we move forward with my already approved sign.
What we're showing right here where my finger is pointed would be they're 24.8 inches, which would give the people traveling west, would give them plenty of visibility through the legs of this sign to see his building. Where if we stay with the present 40 foot, which has been granted, it would lower the entire signage downward, give more blockage to his visibility. And I believe that was your concern, was exposure to that property.
So let's make sure the discussion comes through me, just because we need to make a record of this. So I don't want.
Okay.
So anything left on your presentation?
Well, there's many, many signs up and down that side of the street. It's right on the border between city and the county, but on the city side, there's many signs that are right at that 55, which is the present sign right now. We're just asking to simply move it 100 foot to the west and maintain the 55.
Right. And also because the traffic moving westbound will be blocked by that, any viewage of that sign, it'll be blocked by that new building if we don't keep it the same height.
Okay. Let me now open this for public comment and welcome the gentleman's comments on this.
So I'm back.
Name and address again, please.
Tom Mello, 5600 West Sahara. So what am I commenting on now
Yeah,
at this point?
we want to hear whether you are in favor of this or you oppose this.
Well, if there was a box to check kind of in between, I guess that's where I would be. I am in favor of seeing them get this moved. However, we are in escrow. There are arguments on both sides, which I'm not and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I'm not a mind reader, can't determine whether our prospective buyer would see it the way they're suggesting or a different way. So at this point in time, that's why I was requesting a 30-day abeyance so that we can make sure that their prospective new neighbor will not have an issue. We owe it to them, and that's kind of my position. I don't know how else to elaborate or articulate it, but again, I don't really hold a position at this point other than I'd like to see this move forward. I don't want to be a cog in the wheel, so to speak, but and I believe we have a good working relationship with the Tobin Group, and my hope is that there will be no issue. I was just asking for a simple 30-day extension, so.
Okay, any response from the applicant?
Tobin Motor Cars has presented a film. We don't have it ready to show here, but we're willing to work with the neighbor on this to present our side to them. So I think we can sell them over on the fact once they see the film from somebody driving westward all the way up Sahara. It'll convince them, I'm sure, compared to what we have right here before you. I'm sorry that it happened so late. We would have had that presentation to show it otherwise, but if you're willing to work with that before the city council, I think we can have everything resolved.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to close the public comment. You're all welcome to take a seat. We may ask the applicant to come back up to answer some questions. We can now discuss this on the Planning Commission. Commissioner Quinn.
Thank you, Commissioner Moody. I feel the gentleman's nerves, that his property is in escrow. But at the end of the day, in order for Tobin to build their new property and their new high-end building for their new cars, that sign is going to have to be moved, okay? So the question is, do we let it go up 15 feet higher or don't we? My answer is yes, because I feel that the Tobins, they do everything first class. You tell them to move the cars off the sidewalk, they do it. The sign will be 15 feet higher so that therefore your building can be seen. But in retrospect of not holding it, you, sir, still have 30 days to meet with them and to figure it out. And if it's not going to work out, you can come to council and see the councilwoman and explain to her why it's not a good deal for you. It's my opinion that we should move it, and it's my opinion that it should go up to 15 feet. And I'd like to hear from Gus Flangus. Thank you.
I think you've been called out, Commissioner Flangus.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I see no problem with this. They're keeping it the same height. It's presently 55 feet. Moving it 100 feet, I think the concerns of the gentleman next door, that's something he's got to have to discuss with his potential buyer in escrow. And, all you have to do is disclose it to him. I don't see where this changes things up very much at all. I can see what the applicant's saying by raising it, by keeping it at 55 feet does allow more visibility to the property next door because you're looking under it. Otherwise, the sign would be blocking the path for all intents and purposes. So this has my support.
Thank you. With that, I'm going to make a motion on variance item number 85, Tobin Motor Cars, number 66063. My recommendation is for approval this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Quinn. The motion is to approve item 85. Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item will be heard at City Council on November 16th, 2016.
Okay. We're now to the last Ward 6 item on tonight's agenda, or this afternoon's agenda. Item 86, VAR 66428. The applicant owner is Gary Orange. For possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 7-foot corner side yard setback where 15 feet is required for a proposed home addition at 5920 Ivy Trellis Street in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Can we please have staff's report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting a variance to allow home addition with a 7-foot corner side yard setback where 15 feet is required. No evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented to substantiate the request, and staff is recommending denial as the hardship is self-imposed. Please note that there are additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
David Davis, 7932 Meandering Light Avenue, representing Gary Orange at Ivy Trellis Avenue. He would like to build a addition on his home for the purpose of using as a theater room, fifth room addition, where he has 17 feet right now. He's required to have a 15-foot minimum. He'd like to move it to 7 feet with your approval. We have a few letters from his neighbors recommending that he, allowing him to do that.
Great, we'll take those.
My name is Gary Orange, and 5920 Ivy Trellis, Las Vegas, Nevada 89130. I received a call from the commission, I assume to be a commissioner, asking whether or not I had a home association. There was no association, and I was asked to produce 3 letters from neighbors. I went to the 2 neighbors directly across from me and my next door neighbor, and they're very happy to sign that. Personally, I've always maintained my house in a prestigious way, and I know it will improve the beauty of the house, not only for my house, but for the neighborhood, and of course, increase the value of the homes, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, this is now open for public hearing. If anyone wishes to be heard, please come forward and state your name and address. Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. You know, in light of the fact that you've done your homework, you've got the support of your neighbors, there is no HOA to take a position one way or the other, you'll see my support on this.
Mr. Chairman, seeing there's no further discussion on this matter, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, on item number 86, which is VAR 66428, move to approve subject to staff's conditions.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item 86 is final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Very good. Item 87, VAR 66461. The applicant is Rabbi Harlig and the owner is YND Family Trust. For possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 42-foot front yard setback where 50 feet is required for a proposed home addition at 4211 Mountain View Boulevard in Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Staff's report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting a variance to allow a home addition with a 42-foot front yard setback where 50 feet is required. This residential development includes a mixture of RE and RD zoning with front yard setback requirements of 50 feet for the RE zoning and 25 feet for the RD zoning. No evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented to substantiate the request, and staff is recommending denial as the hardship is self-imposed. Staff does note that a more appropriate means of obtaining the reduced front yard setback would be to request a rezoning to RD, single-family residential restricted. Please note that there are additional letters of support since publication.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Laura Drea, 520 South 4th Street, here on behalf of Rabbi Harlig, who couldn't be here today. The rabbi wants to expand his house for his growing family. The expansion adds a kitchen and additional bedrooms to the front of the house. As many properties on this block have renovated over the years, the applicant has redecorated the facade and rearranged what is now a boring roof line to something more interesting that also allows passive lighting into the house. At the greatest point, the expansion is 8 feet from the current face of the building into the front setback, meaning we're asking for 42 feet where 50 feet is required in an RE. Now, there was 2 ways to reach the same end. One was a rezone, and one was to ask for a variance. After consulting with Councilwoman's liaison, we chose requesting this 8-foot variance with only 1 hearing. The second option, a rezone and zone change with a design review, would make this property a more intense zone. It would have more fees, more hearings, and there was just a general consensus that this was the easier, more effective way to get this 8-foot addition to his house.
All right, thank you. Item 87 has been noticed for a public hearing. If anyone wishes to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, I will close the public comment and see if there's discussion on the Planning Commission. Commissioner Quinn.
Thank you, Laura, for calling me. I did drive by. I was actually right over there that day when you called me. People that know that area back there know that no 2 houses are the same, it's kind of a mismatch of lots of lovely things, but nothing is the same. I want to put on record that it is an 8-foot addition. Let's see, 8, 42, 80, where am I at? 8? Yeah, proposed 8 more feet, not 8.5, not 9, just 8 more feet. But with that, to honor my friend Commissioner Cherry's holiday today, he's going to be making the motion this afternoon. Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you, Commissioner. On item number 87, VAR 66461, I'd like to make a motion for approval.
Please vote. Motion carries. Item 87 is approved.
Mr. Chairman, this item will be heard at City Council on November 16th, 2016.
Item 88 is VAR 66516. The applicant owner is Active 10 Northeastern LLC for possible action on a request for a variance to allow 68 parking spaces where 120 spaces are required at 10 Northeastern Avenue in Ward 3. Staff recommends denial.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, before we move on, I spoke to 2 city attorneys, and a company that I'm employed by owns all the property that surrounds this, and we already have entitlements to construct townhomes. So out of an abundance of caution, I'll be abstaining on this matter.
Thank you. Can we please have staff's report?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant has requested a variance to deviate from the minimum parking requirements outlined in Title 1912 for an existing commercial development. The commercial building located at the subject site previously operated as a grocery store. Currently, the building has 1 tenant within a portion of the building which operates as an auto parts use. The applicant has proposed to allocate the remaining floor space to accommodate 2 new restaurants and an auto repair garage minor use on the subject site. The conversion from general retail to a restaurant and auto repair garage minor use intensifies the required parking on site. No substantial evidence has been presented to warrant the requested variance. Therefore, this is considered a self-imposed hardship. As the applicant has provided no compelling evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance related to the site itself, staff recommends denial of this request, as the intensity of the proposed land uses is not appropriate or compatible with the adjacent surrounding uses. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Burke, architect, representing the applicant. This was a vacant Rite Aid building at the northwest corner of Eastern and Charleston. If this was a part of a larger center, so in other words, right now it's 17,000 square feet. If it was part of a 25,000 square foot center, the parking requirement would be 1 space per 250 square feet, and that would be 68 spaces required. This has 68 spaces. That's, I believe, how it was approved initially and how it was built many years ago. It sat vacant. You can see we've already got an auto zone use on the front, and it's properly maintained. It's fixed up, has wonderful landscaping. It's a great improvement to the neighborhood. On the back, we want to put a Meineke Auto Repair and a couple very small restaurants. That is what is requiring the variance, but we're saying that it's always had that number of parking spaces, and this is really the technicality of it being below 25,000 square feet, that now it's, all the individual uses are calculated at much higher factors. So based on that, we're asking you to allow us to continue approving the property.
Thank you. Item 88 has been properly noticed for public hearing. If anyone is here to be heard either for or against this item, please come forward. Seeing none, I will close the public comment and see if there's discussion on the Plan Commission, beginning with Commissioner Quinn.
I don't know if I heard this right or not. So you're going to have cars being worked on in the back and 2 restaurants?
2 small restaurants on the eastern frontage, yes.
Okay, and then so you'll have cars being worked on the back of that property?
Correct.
How many bays will be there? You're not showing the, I mean, I don't see.
7 bays.
7 bays.
Right.
Wow. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Creer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I'm familiar with this area and this development when it was the Rite Aid, and I would love to see something there and progress happening versus it being stagnant. So I'm going to support it. Hopefully, you'll keep the cars that you're working on. You don't turn it into a storage area for cars. You can keep them inside.
No, we'll keep it a clean facility, well maintained.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Commissioner Cherry?
Through the chair. So right now, the retail, the 8,200 square feet is the auto zone. There's 2 restaurants coming in next to it, and then the auto repair is kind of on the L shape, is what you're, just so I'm clear.
That's correct.
And was this the Fresh and Easy that was there?
No, this was a Rite Aid.
It was a Rite Aid. I think I'm getting my places mixed up. I would too like to, I drive by this building all the time. I don't know why I'm mixing it up in my head. And it would be nice to see this property active and functioning. It is strange to me to have the auto repair right next to the 2 kind of sandwich-in restaurants, but I guess that's functions of how you protect the 2 between your construction methods. So I guess I would be able to support this project. Thank you. If there's no further discussion, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Thank you.
Item number 88, VAR 66516, make a motion for approval.
Motion is to approve item 88. Please vote. Motion carries, noting the abstention of the vice chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this item is final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
All right, item 89, SUP 66331. The applicant is Nevada Wellness Center, LLC, and the owner is Shoshone Cattle Land and Development Company. For possible action on a request for a major amendment to an approved special use permit, SUP 55180, for a waiver to allow the use of an existing freestanding sign that exceeds 30 square feet in area and 2 feet in height for an existing medical marijuana dispensary at 3200 South Valley View Boulevard in Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Staff report.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting a major amendment of the previously approved special use permit with a waiver to utilize an existing freestanding sign located on the subject property. On September 20th, 2016, the Downtown Design Review Committee reviewed the proposed signage elevation design and appropriateness per Architectural Design Review 66332. The DDRC recommended denial of the request as the sign was deemed inappropriate for the subject site and associated land use. Staff does not support the requested waiver to utilize the existing freestanding sign, as the existing sign does not conform to Title 1912 signage standards associated with the medical marijuana dispensary use. Staff has determined the use of the larger sign area and height is not compatible with adjacent land uses. Please note that additional letters of protest have been received after the publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Winston Henderson, architect, 8689 West Sahara, on behalf of the applicants who are also here this morning.
Frank Hawkins and Andre Rhodes, owners of Nevada Wellness Center.
We are before you again to request the variance on the signage that when we went before the Downtown Review Committee, the objection was regarding the size of the sign primarily. What we are requesting to do is to be able to utilize an existing sign. It was formerly a bank building. This is the existing sign that was utilized by the bank as well. And our concern is visibility. If you'll note on the overhead here, that this is our existing sign. So it is very difficult to recognize as you're traveling up and down Valley View. And so the request is to be able to utilize the existing sign without changing the height or dimensions of it at all. And again, here's an additional view, again showing the existing sign and how difficult it is to pick up as you're going up and down Valley View. And again, the existing sign that we want to be able to utilize. And what we are requesting to do in terms of the new signage is basically initials with the word dispensary. It will not be a graphic sign. It will not have motion. It will not be a neon sign. It will be as unobtrusive as you could imagine with basic initials on it. And as was mentioned in the original design review, that it was noted that this sign is not unlike dozens of others existing up and down the street. And certainly with just having letters there, it does not present anything obtrusive, and there is no damaging effects to the surrounding properties. And again, I would note this is an existing pylon that has been there. We're not looking to change that in any way. So with that, we would ask for your support, ask for your approval, and if you have any questions, we would like to address those.
Thank you. Item 89 is notice for public hearing. If anyone wishes to be heard on this item, please come forward, state your name and address. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing, and let's start our discussion on the Planning Commission, beginning with Commissioner Quinn.
Mr. Henderson, if you remember, my concern, I don't believe, because Commissioner Schlotman was there, wasn't about the size of the sign or about your NWC initials that were just going to be green and not flashing and all that stuff. My concern about the sign is the ticket taper part below it, that part. I wanted to ensure myself in the ward that if you get a medical doctor in there, that is the doctor for giving out these pot cards, I'm not going to see it swinging around that sign, Dr. Reefer here, you know what I'm trying to say? So my concern was never the height, just so we understand each other. My concern that this thing here, whatever you call this thing below the dispensary, that doesn't become a reader board. And that was my point, although if you remember the discussion got shut off a little quickly, but it was never about the size of it or the color of the lettering choice. It was that piece would never be a reader board.
We understand, and it is not our intent to utilize the reader board as part of the medical marijuana advertising.
Or any advertising. I mean, you know, I'm a smart cookie here. I know how Dr. Joe could be called Dr. Pothole, I mean, let's be honest. It can't be flying around a reader board. That was my concern.
Yeah, it is our intent to utilize the reader board, and we said that in our application. It is also the intent to use it only for what is on site within our facility and what is allowed by code. So we will not be advertising for any third party, anything outside, anything that the city code currently says we cannot do, we won't do.
Well, through you, Mr. Staff, doesn't the city code say that the medical marijuana signs can't be flashing and on a reader board, isn't that correct? I mean, or Trinity, Commissioner Schlotman, you were there.
Yes.
Jump in here.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, and I was just talking to Commissioner Flangus, who was speaking to the city attorney. But, yeah, one of our concerns were, I mean, because originally, when we reviewed all these signs, they had to be a maximum of 2 feet tall, 15 feet long, maximum of 30 square feet. You know, I thought it had to be a static image. It had to be professional looking. And so that's why I didn't support the motion for denial at DDRC, because I was looking at it just strictly from, was it a professional looking sign? And I'd have to say that it is a professional looking sign that fits with majority of all the other signs that we approved in the past, a couple of years ago. So at that time, I wasn't looking at the size of the sign or it being a freestanding or anything along those lines, but maybe the planning department or the city attorney can comment. I thought the digital LED reader boards were not allowed for advertising in kind of dispensaries.
Would that reader board advertise the dispensary, or would that be for something else within that center? The only advertising for the dispensary now is the NWC dispensary. Is there something else that we're not seeing on here that's going to be on that flashing reader board?
That's not our intent, no.
So through you, Vice
We could provide a condition that says that they can't do that. If that's the case, if we find that they are doing it, they'll be sanctioned for that.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. That would be fine with me, because, you know, the thing, as you know, Mr. Hawkins, from being up here and being in government all your life, you can't give one goose the golden egg and then the next guy the dead egg.
Oh, I wish that was true. I could sit and recite 100.
I don't want to favor you, because, you know, you're like, you know, like a nice guy, and we all know you, but we got to follow the same rules for everybody with these pot signs, okay, buddy?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so it'll be with that, number 89, my motion.
Hang on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Commissioner Quinn, we have lots of people that want to comment.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Let's first go back to the vice chair.
Yes,
So
Mr. Chair.
sorry.
Just one last comment, and I know that sometimes we say that we don't want to put conditions on because it's hard for code enforcement to, you know, control what the applicants are doing. But I typically like to put conditions on particular applications. That way the owners don't say, oh, well, we didn't know what the city code said, Title 19 point this, or that way it's just very clear. You're looking at it and you're agreeing to that condition, and then if you get caught doing it, then we could automatically bring you back before this board. Thank you. No further comments.
Commissioner Creer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wasn't on the commission at that time, so I just want to be clear that there is some ordinance that says that dispensaries cannot advertise on electronic marquee boards.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, what Title 19 says for medical marijuana dispensaries, that signage for the establishment shall be limited to one wall sign per street frontage, the face of the sign not to exceed 30 feet in area, not to exceed 2 feet in height. Such a sign shall be internally illuminated with the use of neon prohibited. Now, that was a non-waivable condition initially. There has since been an amendment to the code that allows Planning Commission and City Council to entertain a waiver to that particular provision.
Okay. Well, then, if that is the case, then I don't see why these gentlemen should be prohibited from following the amended code, which would allow them to advertise a static NWC dispensary as well as an electronic message on their electronic boards. I'm not sure if that has been amended.
It's been amended and it allows them to request it. Doesn't mean that you actually have to grant it.
Gotcha. And do you know that if there's been any precedent that's been set that we have granted? There has not.
No.
No, through the chair, this is the first application of its kind.
That has come up
where
with
they've
electronic.
asked for the waiver.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I gotcha. All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, and just to address Cedric Kerr's comment, one of the reasons why at the DDRC, when we met last month, is a special committee that looks at these signs. It's really hard for us to control what they're putting on those electronic reader boards. I mean, it could be something at night that gets changed during the day. And so just out of an abundance of caution, that's why we wanted more of a static, sign versus something that could be changed.
Well, it's challenging because of the fact that they are an industry. This industry has been approved in our state, in our county, in our city, and businesses have the right to operate. Similar. When I was in gaming, we went to Missouri to try to open up gaming casinos, and they treated everybody in gaming like they were pariahs. And now there's this somewhat overlining sort of fog that says that the people that are running these things, not the people, the industry itself, the people are good people. Don't misquote me. But we can't operate accordingly to how others operate because it's medical marijuana. And I kind of have an issue with that. We have a lot of adult-oriented advertising that happens, which would be much more potentially offensive than what will go up here. These guys are going to market their facilities and their products to customers, and I don't see it being too out of line. I don't have a problem with it. Thank you.
So, I go back to the minimum SUP requirements on this. It's very clear that it's limited to one wall sign per street frontage, the face of the sign not to exceed 30 square feet and exceed 2 feet in height. This is clearly not within what we've specified. I understand it's now waivable, but I haven't heard sufficient reasons to convince me that it should be. So I think it's a slippery slope to begin approving these and altering the sign. So I can't support this.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, what is the intent with the electric reader board?
Nevada Wellness Center dispensary.
That's what you want to just put on the reader board?
That's correct. We have it on the sign. And our property sits back more than 100 feet from the street.
No, I'm all right with the sign. I'm just trying to wrap my head around what to do with this reader board. So is the reader board's just going to say NWC dispensary and nothing else, or what's it going to say?
Andre Rhodes, Nevada Wellness Center. To speak to the chairman's issue, I'm pretty much the managing partner. I've had people, and believe you, I had no clue of how many people would use our facility, but the elderly. I've had numerous, almost on a daily basis, people that can't find us. I've had people literally across the street calling to try to find us because our building sits so far back. And if you take the original, what was it, 2x15, they can't even read that. So that is our main concern. People cannot find us, right there. And Valley View is almost a major thoroughway right now.
Yeah, so I want to bring you back to my original question. I'm going to support your sign. I just want to know what the issue, what you're planning on with the reader board. That's my only concern right now. And I've been told it's just going to say NWC Wellness. Is that
right, it? Nevada Wellness Center, correct.
Okay, I mean, that's all I needed the answer to. So you'll see my support on this because I think it's, I can see where the sign's tasteful, it's not too crazy. I like that all you did is just put dispensary on there. You don't have the leaves and all the other junk on there. So I like that it's, the way it's presented, you'll find my support on it.
Vice Chair?
One last thing. I mean, at the DDRC meeting, it was represented that reader board would not be used. Now we're flip-flopping, going back and forth, so I don't know what's going on.
Well, I wasn't there. If I would have been there, I'd have told you just what I'm telling you now. That's the truth.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, too, and to you, Mr. Hawkins, it was also represented, because Commissioner Trinity and I sit on that board together, it was represented that when you rent out other parts of your building, apparently there's vacancies, am I correct, Commissioner Schlottman, that you would be advertising other businesses on this sign. So that's what we heard. We didn't hear this is just going to be for your building. It's not going to go for anything else but your, Nevada Wellness Center. And so we've been told, the board was told one thing, and we are hearing something else from you, sir.
Well, we were at the staff meeting, so staff knows what we submitted. So I don't quite understand what,
I'm talking about the sign committee, the one I was just at with.
well, I don't know what staff's write-up said, but it should have said that.
May I clarify that in the review committee, we did in fact indicate that there is an additional portion of this building, a second floor, that may be leased to a completely different tenant, and that as part of that leasing, they would certainly want to be able to utilize that portion of the signage, but that could be a totally unrelated business to the Nevada Wellness Center. It could be an accounting firm.
It could be an
And
exotic
it could be
film
anything.
store.
It could be anything.
But that's not the case today. And if it were, we'd have to come back.
Okay, anyone else wish to be heard? If not, I'll entertain a motion on item 89.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Carrera?
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion that agenda item SUP 6633, the special use permit for the sign. Well, I'm not putting any conditions on it, for the sign to be approved and to go against staff's recommendation of denial.
Motion is to approve.
Motion is to approve.
Item 89 without any conditions, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, like everyone to vote on Commissioner Carrera's motion. Please vote.
Mr. Chair, can we open this up to discussion again?
Absolutely. If everyone wants to withdraw their vote, and we'll have some more discussion.
Yes, I think that's a good idea. Go ahead.
I want to just put my thoughts out before we make this motion. I support the sign, the static sign. That's what I support. And Commissioner Carrera, I'm going to ask you to do a condition, add this to your motion, that the reader board is not to be used for the advertising on this. Reason is because we went through several days of hearings on these dispensaries a couple years or a year and a half ago. No, it's been a couple years because I was chairman at the time, and we went through a lot of things, and there were some very specific requirements put on signage, security, ventilation, you name it. And so I'm not too thrilled about getting too far afield from what we originally had. I understand your need to advertise, and I'm willing to support your static board. What I'm not willing to support is the reader board. So Commissioner Carrera, I won't support your motion as is, but I will support it if you accept my condition.
Thank you, Commissioner, but unfortunately, I don't see an issue with, maybe I wasn't here throughout the discussion. I know you guys went through a lot, and I just don't see the issue. If a business has a sign, they should be able to use the sign accordingly. If we aren't going to approve the sign, then we aren't going to approve the sign. So I'll withdraw my motion and let somebody else make a new motion, if so be it.
I'd be happy to make the motion.
Commissioner Quinn, go ahead.
Thank you. My motion for number 89, SUP 66331, is for approval of the existing sign with the reader board not being used for advertising. That's my motion.
Advertising of medical marijuana or advertising at all? Chairman?
At all?
Through you,
What?
Mr. Chairman, if I can take a crack.
Yeah.
An added condition saying the freestanding sign shall be limited to what is depicted in the elevation dated 8/18/16. The existing reader board shall not be included as part of this waiver request.
Thank you. That's my motion.
So before we vote on this, I want to make sure that the applicant would agree to the condition that the reader board would not be used.
We'll agree. And we can appeal, right, to the city council?
Sure.
Thank you.
Well, you can't agree and then appeal it. I mean, you'd have to either say, no, I don't agree with it, and then that would go on to city council as them not agreeing. But you can still place that condition on it. They don't have to agree to it.
No, I don't agree.
Okay.
And I'd like to have you, since I have the mic, I guess, go out and check out the marijuana dispensary on Las Vegas Boulevard in Paradise that far exceeds the 30-foot that you're talking about. So I'd like to see you bring them back in here.
Thank you.
I don't think they've ever been in here.
Commissioner Quinn, so
So my motion is
stands.
for approval, and my motion stands with the condition. Thank you.
Please vote.
So if you approve it, you still approve the sign, though. So I'm approving the sign.
Yeah. Clear.
That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item will be heard at City Council on November 16th, 2016.
All right, moving on to Director's Business. Item 92, DIR 66852. The applicant owner is the City of Las Vegas for possible action on a request to approve the 2017 Planning Commission meeting schedule. Staff recommends approval. Any report from staff? All right, hopefully everyone's had a chance to review that schedule. This is a public hearing. Doesn't look like anyone's left to speak on it, but it is open. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Any discussion on the Planning Commission? Commissioner Carrere?
No, sir, thank you.
Okay, we'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, just one quick question for staff. Typically, our November meetings held on the first Tuesday, and this is the first time being on the Planning Commission that I've seen it on this second Tuesday. Any reason for that change?
The only reason that was held on the first Tuesday this year then where it was because the second Tuesday was election day.
Got it. Thank you. If there's no other discussion, I'd like to make a motion.
Thank you, please do.
On item number 92, DIR 66852, move to approve the Planning Commission schedule for 2017.
Thank you. Motion is to approve item 92. Please vote. Motion carries. Director, anything on that?
No. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, that is final action.
All right, finally, we're to the citizens' participation portion of the agenda, item 93. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. No subject may be acted upon by the Planning Commission unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium and give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. Any comment? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. Any discussion on the Planning Commission? Vice
Yes.
Chair?
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to say thank you. I think this is the earliest that any chairman has ever got us out of a Planning Commission hearing. So going from 2 a.m. to, 2 p.m.
Yeah.
Bravo.
We appreciate it.
Well, if we start the next one at 6 a.m., I can do even better.
I betcha.
Yeah. All right, meeting is adjourned.